Section 26 of The Awkward Age by Henry James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anna Simon. Book 7th, Chapter 3. It had been understood that he was to take his leave on the morrow, though Vanderbank was to stay another day. Mr. Longdon had for the Sunday dinner invited 3 or 4 of his neighbours to meet the 2 gentlemen from town, so that it was not till the company had departed, or in other words till near bedtime, that our 4 friends could again have become aware, as between themselves, of that directness of mutual relation which forms the subject of our picture. It had not, however, prevented Nanda's slipping upstairs as soon as the doctor and his wife had gone, and the manner indeed in which, on the stroke of 11, Mr. Longdon conformed to his tradition of appropriating a particular candle was as positive an expression of it as any other. Nothing in him was more amiable than the terms maintained between the rigour of his personal habits and his free imagination of the habits of others. He deprecated, as regards the former, it might have been seen, most signs of likeness, and no one had ever dared to learn how he would have handled the show of imitation. "The way to flatter him," Mitchy threw off 5 minutes later, "is not to make him think you resemble or agree with him, but to let him see how different you perceive he can bear to think you. I mean, of course, without hating you." "But what interest have you," Vanderbank asked, "in the way to flatter him?" "My dear fellow, more interest than you. I haven't been here all day without arriving at conclusions on the credit he has opened to you." "Do you mean the amount he'll settle?" "You have it in your power," said Mitchy, "to make it anything you like." "Is he, then, so bloated?" Mitchy was on his feet in the apartment in which their host had left them, and he had at first, for this question, but an expressive motion of the shoulders in respect to everything in the room. See, judge, guess, feel. But it was as if Vanderbank, before the fire, consciously controlled his own attention. "Oh, I don't care a hang." This passage took place in the library, and as a consequence of their having confessed, as their friend faced them with his bedroom light, that a brief discreet vigil and a box of cigars would fix better than anything else the fine impression of the day. Mitchy might at that moment, on the evidence of the eyes Mr. Longdon turned to them, and of which his innocent candle flame betrayed the secret, have found matter for a measure of the almost extreme allowances he wanted them to want of him. They had only to see that the greater window was fast and to turn out the library lamp. It might really have amused them to stand a moment at the open door that, apart from this, was to testify to his conception of those who were not, in the smaller hours, as he was. He had in fact by his retreat, and but too sensibly, left them there with a deal of midnight company. If one of these presences was the mystery he had himself mixed, the manner of our young man showed a due expectation of the others. Mitchy, on hearing how little Vanderbank cared, only kept up a while longer that observant revolution in which he had spent much of his day, to which any fresh sense of any exhibition always promptly committed him, and which, had it not been controlled by infinite tact, might have affected the nerves of those in whom enjoyment was less rotary. He was silent long enough to suggest his fearing that almost anything he might say would appear too allusive. Then at last once more he took his risk. "Awfully jolly old place." "It is indeed," Van only said, but his posture in the large chair he had pushed toward the open window was of itself almost an opinion. The August night was hot and the air that came in charged and sweet. Vanderbank smoked with his face to the dusky garden and the dim stars, at the end of a few moments more of which he glanced round. "Don't you think it rather stuffy with that big lamp? As those candles on the chimney are going, we might put it out." "Like this?" The amiable Mitchy had straightway obliged his companion, and he as promptly took in the effect of the diminished light on the character of the room, which he commended as if the depth of shadow produced where all this companion had sought. He might freshly have brought home to Vanderbank that a man sensitive to so many different things, and thereby always sure of something or other, could never really be incommoded, though that personage presently indeed showed himself occupied with another thought. "I think I ought to mention to you that I've told him how you and Mrs. Brook now both know. I did so this afternoon on our way back from church. I hadn't done it before. He took me a walk round to show me more of the place, and that gave me my chance. But he doesn't mind," Vanderbank continued. "The only thing is that I've thought it may possibly make him speak to you, so that it's better you should know he knows. But he told me definitely Nanda doesn't." Mitchy took this in with an attention that spoke of his already recognizing how the less tempered darkness favoured talk. "And is that all that passed between you?" "Well, practically. Except of course that I made him understand, I think, how it happened that I haven't kept my own counsel." "Oh, but you have. Didn't he at least feel? Or perhaps even have done better, when you've two such excellent persons to keep it for you? Can't he easily believe how we feel with you?" Vanderbank appeared for a minute to leave this appeal unheeded. He continued to stare into the garden while he smoked and swung the long leg he had thrown over the arm of the chair. When he at last spoke, however, it was with some emphasis, perhaps even with some vulgarity. "Oh, rot!" Mitchy hovered without an arrest. "You mean he can't feel?" "I mean it isn't true. I've no illusions about you. I know how you're both affected, though I of course perfectly trust you." Mitchy had a short silence. "Trust us not to speak?" "Not to speak to Nanda herself, though of course too if you spoke to others," Vanderbank went on, "they'd immediately rush and tell her." "I've spoken to no one," said Mitchy. "I'm sure of it. And neither has Mrs. Brook." "I'm glad you're sure of that also," Mitchy returned, "for it's only doing her justice." "Oh, I'm quite confident of it," said Vanderbank. "And without asking her?" "Perfectly." "And you're equally sure, without asking, that I haven't betrayed you?" After which, while, as if to let the question lie there in its folly, Vanderbank said nothing, his friend pursued: "I came, I must tell you, terribly near it to-day." "Why must you tell me? Your coming near doesn't concern me, and I take it you don't suppose I'm watching or sounding you. Mrs. Brook will have come terribly near," Vanderbank continued as if to make the matter free, "but she won't have done it either. She'll have been distinctly tempted." "But she won't have fallen?" Mitchy broke in. "Exactly. There we are. I was distinctly tempted and I didn't fall." "I think your certainty about Mrs. Brook," he added, "shows you do know her. She's incapable of anything deliberately nasty." "Oh, of anything nasty in any way," Vanderbank said musingly and kindly. "Yes, one knows on the whole what she won't do." After which, for a period, Mitchy roamed and reflected. "But in spite of the assurance given you by Mr. Longdon, or perhaps indeed just because of your having taken it, I think I ought to mention to you my belief that Nanda does know of his offer to you. I mean by having guessed it." "Oh," said Vanderbank. "There's in fact more still," his companion pursued, "that I feel I should like to mention to you." "Oh," Vanderbank at first only repeated. But after a moment he said: "My dear fellow, I'm much obliged." "The thing I speak of is something I should at any rate have said, and I should have looked out for some chance if we had not had this one." Mitchy spoke as if his friend's last words were not of consequence, and he continued as Vanderbank got up and, moving rather aimlessly, came and stood with his back to the chimney. "My only hesitation would have been caused by its entailing our going down into the things in a way that, face to face, given the private nature of the things, I dare say most men don't particularly enjoy. But if you don't mind—" "Oh, I don't mind. In fact, as I tell you, I recognize an obligation to you." Vanderbank, with his shoulders against the high mantel, uttered this without a direct look. He smoked and smoked, then considered the tip of his cigar. "You feel convinced she knows?" he threw out. "Well, it's my impression." "Ah, any impression of yours of that sort is sure to be right. If you think I ought to have it from you, I'm really grateful. Is that what you wanted to say to me?" Vanderbank, after a slight pause, demanded. Mitchy, watching him more than he watched Mitchy, shook a mildly decisive head. "No." Vanderbank, his eyes on his smoke puffs, seemed to wonder. "What you wanted is something else?" "Something else?" "Oh," said Vanderbank for the third time. The ejaculation had been vague, but the movement that followed it was definite. The young man, turning away, found himself again near the chair he had quitted, and resumed possession of it as a sign of being at his friend's service. This friend, however, not only hung fire, but finally went back to take a shot from a quarter they might have been supposed to have left. "It strikes me as odd his imagining, awfully acute as he is, that she has not guessed. One wouldn't have thought he could live with her here in such an intimacy, seeing her every day and pretty much all day, and make such a mistake." Vanderbank, his great length all of a lounge again, turned it over. "And yet I do thoroughly feel the mistake's not yours." Mitchy had a new serenity of affirmation. "Oh, it's not mine." Perhaps then, it occurred to his friend, he doesn't really believe it. "And only says so to make you feel more easy?" "So that one may, in fairness to one's self, keep one's head, as it were, and decide quite on one's own ground." "Then you have still to decide?" Vanderbank took time to answer. "I've still to decide." Mitchy became again on this, in the sociable dusk, a slow circling, vaguely agitated element, and his companion continued: "Is your idea very generously and handsomely to help that by letting me know—" "That I do definitely renounce," Mitchy took him up, "any pretension and any hope? Well, I'm ready with a proof of it. I've passed my word that I'll apply elsewhere." Vanderbank turned more round to him. "Apply to the Duchess for her niece?" "It's practically settled." "But since when?" Mitchy barely faltered. "Since this afternoon." "Ah, then, not with the Duchess herself?" "With Nanda, whose plan from the first, you won't have forgotten, the thing has so charmingly been." Vanderbank could show that his not having in the least forgotten was yet not a bar to his being now mystified. "But, my dear man, what can Nanda settle?" "My fate," Mitchy said, pausing well before him. Vanderbank sat now a minute with raised eyes, catching the indistinctness of the other's strange expression. "You're both beyond me!" he exclaimed at last. "I don't see what you in particular gain." "I didn't either till she made it all out to me. One sees then, in such a matter, for oneself. And as everything's gain that isn't loss, there was nothing I could lose. It gets me," Mitchy further explained, "out of the way." "Out of the way of what?" This, Mitchy frankly showed, was more difficult to say, but he in time brought it out. "Well, of appearing to suggest to you that my existence, in a prolonged state of singleness, may ever represent for her any real alternative." "But alternative to what?" "Why, to being YOUR wife, damn you!" Mitchy, on these words, turned away again, and his companion, in the presence of his renewed dim gyrations, sat for a minute dumb. Before Van had spoken, indeed, he was back again. "Excuse my violence, but of course you really see." "I'm not pretending anything," Vanderbank said, "but a man must understand. What I catch hold of is that you offer me, in the fact that you're thus at any rate disposed of, a proof that I, by the same token, shan't, if I hesitate to go in, have a pretext for saying to myself that I may deprive her—" "Yes, precisely," Mitchy now urbanely assented, "of something in the shape of a man with my amount of money that she may live to regret and to languish for. My amount of money, don't you see," he very simply added, "is nothing to her." "And you want me to be sure that, so far as I may ever have had a scruple, she has had her chance and got rid of it?" "Completely," Mitchy smiled. "Because," Vanderbank with the aid of his cigar thoughtfully pieced it out, "that may possibly bring me to the point." "Possibly?" Mitchy laughed. He'd stood a moment longer, almost as if to see the possibility develop before his eyes, and had even started at the next sound of his friend's voice. What Vanderbank in fact brought out, however, only made him turn his back. "Do you like so very much little Aggie?" "Well," said Mitchy, "Nanda does, and I like Nanda." "You're too amazing," Vanderbank mused. His musing had presently the effect of making him rise. Meditation indeed beset him after he was on his feet. "I can't help its coming over me then that on such an extraordinary system you must also rather like me." "What will you have, my dear Van?" Mitchy frankly asked. "It's the sort of thing you must be most used to. For at the present moment, look, aren't we all at you at once?" It was as if his dear Van had managed to appear to wonder. "All?" "Nanda, Mrs. Brook, Mr. Longdon." "And you. I see." "Names of distinction. And all the others," Mitchy pursued, "that I don't count." "Oh, you're the best." "I?" "You're the best," Vanderbank simply repeated. "It's at all events most extraordinary," he declared, "but I make you out on the whole better than I do Mr. Longdon." "Ah, aren't we very much the same, simple lovers of life, that is, of that finer essence of it which appeals to the consciousness?" "The consciousness?" His companion took up his hesitation. "Well, enlarged and improved." The words had made on Mitchy's lips an image by which his friend appeared for a moment held. "One doesn't really know quite what to say or to do." "Oh, you must take it all quietly. You're of a special class, one of those who, as we said the other day, don't you remember, are a source of the sacred terror. People made in such a way must take the consequences, just as people must take them," Mitchy went on, "who are made as I am. So cheer up." Mitchy, uttering this incitement, had moved to the empty chair by the window, in which he presently was sunk, and it might have been in emulation of his previous strolling and straying that Vanderbank himself now began to revolve. The meditation he next threw out, however, showed a certain resistance to Mitchy's advice. "I'm glad at any rate I don't deprive her of a fortune." "You don't deprive her of mine, of course," Mitchy answered from the chair. "But isn't her enjoyment of Mr. Longdon's at least a good deal staked, after all, on your action?" Vanderbank stopped short. "It's his idea to settle it all?" Mitchy gave out his glare. "I thought you didn't care a hang." "I haven't been here so long," he went on as his companion at first retorted nothing, "without making up my mind for myself about his means. He is distinctly bloated." It sent Vanderbank off again. "Oh well, she'll no more get all in the one event than she'll get nothing in the other. She'll only get a sort of provision. But she'll get that, whatever happens." "Oh, if you're sure," Mitchy simply commented. "I'm not sure, confound it!" Then, for his voice had been irritated, Van spoke more quietly. Only I see her here, though on his wish, of course, handling things quite as if they were her own, and paying him a visit without apparently any calculable end. What's that on his part but a pledge?" Oh, Mitchy could show offhand that he knew what it was. "It's a pledge quite as much to you. He shows you the whole thing. He likes you not a whit less than he likes her." "Oh, thunder!" Van impatiently sighed. "It's as rum as you please, but there it is," said the inexorable Mitchy. "Then does he think I'll do it for this?" "For this?" "For the place, the whole thing, as you call it, that he shows me." Mitchy had a short silence that might have represented a change of colour. "It isn't good enough?" But he instantly took himself up. "Of course he wants, as I do, to treat you with tact." "Oh, it's all right," Vanderbank immediately said. "Your tact, yours and his, is marvellous, and Nanda's greatest of all." Mitchy's momentary renewal of stillness was addressed, he somehow managed not obscurely to convey, to the last clause of his friend's speech. "If you're not sure," he presently resumed, "why can't you frankly ask him?" Vanderbank again, as the phrase is, mooned about a little. "Because I don't know that it would do." "What do you mean by do?" "Well, that it would be exactly, what do you call it, square, or even quite delicate or decent. To take from him, in the way of an assurance so handsomely offered, so much, and then to ask for more. I don't feel I can do it. Besides, I've my little conviction. To the question itself he might easily reply that it's none of my business." "I see," Mitchy dropped. "Such pressure might suggest to him moreover that you're hesitating more than you perhaps really are." "Oh, as to that," said Vanderbank, "I think he practically knows how much." "And how little?" He met this, however, with no more form than if it had been a poor joke, so that Mitchy also smoked for a moment in silence. "It's your coming down here, you mean, for these 3 or 4 days that will have fixed it?" The question this time was one to which the speaker might have expected an answer, but Vanderbank's only immediate answer was to walk and walk. "I want so awfully to be kind to her," he at last said. "I should think so." Then with irrelevance Mitchy harked back. "Shall I find out?" But Vanderbank, with another thought, had lost the thread. "Find out what?" "Why, if she does get anything." "If I'm not kind enough?" Van had caught up again. "Dear no. I'd rather you shouldn't speak unless first spoken to." "Well, he may speak, since he knows we know." "It isn't likely, for he can't make out why I told you." "You didn't tell me, you know," said Mitchy. "You told Mrs. Brook." "Well, she told you, and her talking about it is the unpleasant idea. He can't get her down anyhow." "Poor Mrs. Brook," Mitchy meditated. "Poor Mrs. Brook," his companion echoed. "But I thought you said," he went on, "that he doesn't mind." "Your knowing? Well, I dare say he doesn't. But he doesn't want a lot of gossip and chatter." "Oh," said Mitchy with meekness. "I may absolutely take it from you then," Vanderbank presently resumed, "that Nanda has her idea." "Oh, she didn't tell me so, but it's none the less my belief." "Well," Vanderbank at last threw off, "I feel it for myself, if only because she always knows everything," he pursued without looking at Mitchy. "She always knows everything. Everything." "Everything, everything." Mitchy got up. "She told me so herself yesterday," said Van. "And she told me so to-day." Vanderbank's hesitation might have shown he was struck with this. "Well, I don't think it's information that either of us required. But of course she can't help it," he added. "Everything, literally everything in London in the world she lives in, is in the air she breathes, so that the longer she's in it, the more she'll know." "The more she'll know, certainly," Mitchy acknowledged. "But she isn't in it, you see, down here." "No. Only she appears to have come down with such accumulations. And she won't be here for ever," Vanderbank hastened to mention. "Certainly not if you marry her." "But isn't that at the same time," Vanderbank asked, "just the difficulty?" Mitchy looked vague. "The difficulty?" "Why, as a married woman she'll be steeped in it again." "Surely." Oh, Mitchy could be candid. "But the difference will be that for a married woman it won't matter. It only matters for girls," he plausibly continued, "and then only for those on whom no one takes pity." "The trouble is," said Vanderbank, but quite as if uttering only a general truth, "that it's just the thing that may sometimes operate as a bar to pity. Isn't it with the non-marrying girls that it doesn't particularly matter? For the others it's such an odd preparation." "Oh, I don't mind it," Mitchy declared. Vanderbank visibly demurred. "Ah, but your choice—" "Is such a different sort of thing?" Mitchy, for the half hour, in the ambiguous dusk, had never looked more droll. "The young lady I named isn't my choice." "Well then, that's only a sign the more that you do these things more easily." "Oh, easily," Mitchy murmured. "We oughtn't at any rate to keep it up," said Vanderbank, who had looked at his watch. 12:25. "Good night. Shall I blow out the candles?" "Do, please. I'll close the window." And Mitchy went to it. "I'll follow you. Good night." The candles after a minute were out and his friend had gone, but Mitchy, left in darkness face to face with the vague quiet garden, still stood there. End of section 26. Section 27 of The Awkward Age by Henry James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anna Simon. Book 8th, Tishy Grendon. Chapter 1. The footman, opening the door, mumbled his name without sincerity, and Vanderbank, passing in, found in fact, for he had caught the symptom, the chairs and tables, the lighted lamps and the flowers alone in possession. He looked at his watch, which exactly marked 8, then turned to speak again to the servant, who had, however, without another sound and as if blushing for the house, already closed him in. There was nothing indeed but Mrs. Grendon's want of promptness that failed of a welcome. Her drawing-room, on the January night, showed its elegance through a suffusion of pink electricity which melted, at the end of the vista, into the faintly golden glow of a retreat still more sacred. Vanderbank walked after a moment into the second room, which also proved empty and which had its little globes of white fire, discreetly limited in number, coated with lemon-coloured silk. The walls, covered with delicate French mouldings, were so fair that they seemed vaguely silvered. The low French chimney had a French fire. There was a lemon-coloured stuff on the sofa and chairs, a wonderful polish on the floor that was largely exposed, and a copy of a French novel in blue paper on one of the spindle-legged tables. Vanderbank looked about him an instant as if generally struck, then gave himself to something that had particularly caught his eye. This was simply his own name, written rather large on the cover of the French book, and endowed, after he had taken the volume up, with the power to hold his attention the more closely the longer he looked at it. He uttered, for a private satisfaction, before letting the matter pass, a low confused sound; after which, flinging the book down with some emphasis in another place, he moved to the chimney-piece, where his eyes, for a little, intently fixed the small ashy wood fire. When he raised them again it was, on the observation that the beautiful clock on the mantel was wrong, to consult once more his watch and then give a glance, in the chimney-glass, at the state of his moustache, the ends of which he twisted for a moment with due care. While so engaged he became aware of something else and, quickly facing about, recognized in the doorway of the room the other figure the glass had just reflected. "Oh, you," he said with a quick handshake. "Mrs. Grendon's down?" But he had already passed with Nanda, on their greeting, back into the first room, which contained only themselves, and she had mentioned that she believed Tishy to have said 8:15, which meant of course anything people liked. "Oh, then there'll be nobody till 9. I didn't, I suppose, sufficiently study my note, which didn't mention to me, by the way," Vanderbank added, "that you were to be here." "Ah, but why should it?" Nanda spoke again, however, before he could reply. "I dare say that when she wrote to you she didn't know." "Know you'd come bang up to meet me?" Vanderbank laughed. "Jolly at any rate, thanks to my mistake, to have in this way a quiet moment with you. You came on ahead of your mother?" "Oh no, I'm staying here." "Oh," said Vanderbank. "Mr. Longdon came up with me. I came here Friday last, straight." "You parted at the door?" he asked with marked gaiety. She thought a moment. She was more serious. "Yes, but only for a day or two. He's coming tonight." "Good. How delightful." "He'll be glad to see you," Nanda said, looking at the flowers. "Awfully kind of him when I've been such a brute." "How a brute?" "Well, I mean not writing, nor going back." "Oh, I see," Nanda simply returned. It was a simplicity that, clearly enough, made her friend a little awkward. "Has he minded? But he can't have complained," he quickly added. "Oh, he never complains." "No, no, it isn't in him. But it's just that," said Vanderbank, "that makes one feel so base. I've been ferociously busy." "He knows that. He likes it," Nanda returned. "He delights in your work. And I've done what I can for him." "Ah," said her companion, "you've evidently brought him round. I mean to this lady." "To Tishy? Oh, of course I can't leave her. With nobody." "No." Vanderbank became jocose again. "That's a London necessity. You can't leave anybody with nobody, exposed to everybody." Mild as it was, however, Nanda missed the pleasantry. "Mr. Grendon's not here." "Where is he then?" "Yachting. But she doesn't know." "Then she and you are just doing this together?" "Well," said Nanda, "she's dreadfully frightened." "Oh, she mustn't allow herself," he returned, "to be too much carried away by it. But we're to have your mother?" "Yes, and papa. It's really for Mitchy and Aggie," the girl went on, "before they go abroad." "Ah, then I see what you've come up for. Tishy and I aren't in it. It's all for Mitchy." "If you mean there's nothing I wouldn't do for him, you're quite right. He's always been of a kindness to me." "That culminated in marrying your friend?" Vanderbank asked. "It was charming, certainly, and I don't mean to diminish the merit of it. But Aggie herself, I gather, is of a charm now." "Isn't she?" Nanda was eager. "Hasn't she come out?" "With a bound, into the arena. But when a young person's out with Mitchy—" "Oh, you mustn't say anything against that. I've been out with him myself." "Ah, but my dear child," Van frankly argued. It was not, however, a thing to notice. "I knew it would be just so. It always is when they've been like that." "Do you mean as she apparently was? But doesn't it make one wonder a little if she was?" "Oh, she was. I know she was." And we're also to have Harold," Nanda continued, "another of Mitchy's beneficiaries. It would be a banquet, wouldn't it, if we were to have them all?" Vanderbank hesitated, and the look he fixed on the door might have suggested a certain open attention to the arrival of their hostess or the announcement of other guests. "If you haven't got them all, the beneficiaries, you've got, in having me, I should suppose, about the biggest." "Ah, what has he done for you?" Nanda asked. Again her friend hung fire. "Do you remember something you said to me down there in August?" She looked vague but quite unembarrassed. "I remember but too well that I chattered." "You declared to me that you knew everything." "Oh yes, and I said so to Mitchy too." "Well, my dear child, you don't." "Because I don't know?" "Yes, what makes me the victim of his insatiable benevolence." "Oh well, if you've no doubt of it yourself, that's all that's required. I'm quite glad to hear of something I don't know," Nanda pursued. "And we're to have Harold too," she repeated. "As a beneficiary? Then we shall fill up. Harold will give us a stamp." "Won't he? I hear of nothing but his success. Mother wrote me that people are frantic for him. And," said the girl after an instant, "do you know what Cousin Jane wrote me?" "What would she now? I'm trying to think." Nanda relieved him of this effort. "Why, that mother has transferred to him all the scruples she felt, even to excess, in my time, about what we might pick up among you all that wouldn't be good for us." "That's a neat one for me," Vanderbank declared, "and I like your talk about your antediluvian time." "Oh, it's all over." "What exactly is it," Vanderbank presently demanded, "that you describe in that manner?" "Well, my little hour, and the danger of picking up." "There's none of it here?" Nanda appeared frankly to judge. "No, because, really, Tishy, don't you see, is natural. We just talk." Vanderbank showed his interest. "Whereas at your mother's—" "Well, you were all afraid." Vanderbank laughed straight out. "Do you mind my telling her that?" "Oh, she knows it. I've heard her say herself you were." "Ah, I was," he concurred. "You know we've spoken of that before." "I'm speaking now of all of you," said Nanda. "But it was she who was most so, for she tried, I know she did, she told me so, to control you. And it was when you were most controlled—" Van's amusement took it up. "That we were most detrimental?" "Yes, because of course what's so awfully unutterable is just what we most notice. Tishy knows that," Nanda wonderfully observed. As the reflexion of her tone might have been caught by an observer in Vanderbank's face, it was in all probability caught by his interlocutress, who superficially, however, need have recognised there, what was all she showed, but the right manner of waiting for dinner. "The better way then is to dash right in. That's what our friend here does." "Oh, you know what she does," the girl replied as with a sudden drop of interest in the question. She turned at the moment to the opening of the door. It was Tishy who at last appeared, and her guest had his greeting ready. "We're talking of the delicate matters as to which you think it's better to dash right in, but I'm bound to say your inviting a hungry man to dinner doesn't appear to be one of them." The sign of Tishy Grendon, as it had been often called in a society in which variety of reference had brought to high perfection, for usual safety, the sense of signs, was a retarded facial glimmer that, in respect to any subject, closed up the rear of the procession. It had been said of her indeed that when processions were at all rapid she was usually to be found, on a false impression of her whereabouts, mixed up with the next, so that now, for instance, by the time she had reached the point of saying to Vanderbank, "Are you really hungry?" Nanda had begun to appeal to him for some praise of their hostess's appearance. This was of course with soft looks up and down at her clothes. "Isn't she too nice? Did you ever see anything so lovely?" "I am so faint with inanition," Van replied to Mrs. Grendon, "that, like the traveller in the desert, isn't it, I only make out, as an oasis or a mirage, a sweet green rustling blur. I don't trust you." "I don't trust you," Nanda said on her friend's behalf. "She isn't green. Men are amazing. They don't know the dearest old blue that ever was seen." "Is it your old blue?" Vanderbank, monocular, very earnestly asked. "I can imagine it was dear, but I should have thought—" "It was yellow," Nanda helped him out. "If I hadn't kindly told you." Tishy's figure showed the confidence of objects consecrated by publicity. Bodily speaking, a beautiful human plant, it might have taken a last November gale to account for the completeness with which, in some quarters, she had shed her leaves. Her companions could only emphasize, by the direction of their eyes, the nature of the responsibility with which a spectator would have seen them saddled. A choice, as to consciousness, between the effect of her being and the effect of her not being dressed. "Oh, I'm hideous. Of course I know it," said Tishy. "I'm only just clean. Here's Nanda now, who's beautiful," she vaguely continued. "And Nanda—" "Oh but, darling, Nanda's clean too," the young lady in question interrupted, on which her fellow guest could only laugh with her as in relief from the antithesis of which her presence of mind had averted the completion, little indeed as in Mrs. Grendon's talk that element of style was usually involved. "There's nothing in such a matter," Vanderbank observed, as if it were the least he could decently say, "like challenging inquiry. And here's Harold, precisely," he went on in the next breath, "as clear and crisp and undefiled as a fresh £5 note." "A fresh one?" Harold had passed in a flash from his hostess. "A man who like me hasn't seen one for 6 months could perfectly do, I assure you, one that has lost its what-do-you-call-it." He kissed Nanda with a friendly peck, then, more completely aware, had a straighter apprehension for Tishy. "My dear child, you seem to have lost something, though I'll say for you that one doesn't miss it." Mrs. Grendon looked from him to Nanda. "Does he mean anything very nasty? I can only understand you when Nanda explains," she returned to Harold. "In fact, there's scarcely anything I understand except when Nanda explains. It's too dreadful her being away so much now with strange people, whom I'm sure she can't begin to do for what she does for me. It makes me miss her all round. And the only thing I've come across that she can't explain," Tishy bunched straight at her friend, "is what on earth she's doing there." "Why, she's working Mr. Longdon like a good fine girl," Harold said. "Like a good true daughter, and even, though she doesn't love me nearly so much as I love her, I will say like a good true sister. I'm bound to tell you, my dear Tishy," he went on, "that I think it awfully happy with the trend of manners for any really nice young thing to be a bit lost to sight. London, upon my honour, is quite too awful for girls, and any big house in the country is as much worse, with the promiscuities and opportunities and all that, as you know for yourselves. I know some places," Harold declared, "where, if I had any girls, I'd see 'em shot before I'd take 'em." "Oh, you know too much, my dear boy," Vanderbank remarked with commiseration. "Ah, my brave old Van," the youth returned, "don't speak as if you had illusions. I know," he pursued to the ladies, "just where some of Van's must have perished, and some of the places I've in mind are just where he's left his tracks. A man must be wedded to sweet superstitions not nowadays to have to open his eyes. Nanda, love," he benevolently concluded, "stay where you are, so at least I shan't blush for you. That you've the good fortune to have reached your time of life with so little injury to your innocence makes you a case by yourself, of which we must recognise the claims. If Tishy can't make you gasp That's nothing against you, nor against her. Tishy comes of one of the few innocent English families that are left. Yes, you may all cry 'Oh ho!' but I defy you to name me, say, 5, or at most 7, in which some awful thing or other hasn't happened. Of course ours is one, and Tishy's is one, and Van's is one, and Mr. Longdon's is one, and that makes you bang off 4. So there you are," Harold gaily wound up. "I see now why he's the rage," Vanderbank observed to Nanda. But Mrs. Grendon expressed with her young friend a lingering wonder. "Do you mean you go in for the adoption?" "Oh, Tishy," Nanda mildly murmured. Harold, however, had his own tact. "The dear man's taking her quite over. Not altogether unreservedly. I'm with the governor. I think we ought to get something. Oh yes, dear man, but what do you give us for her? That's what I should say to him. I mean, don't you know, that I don't think she's making quite the bargain she might. If he were to want me, I don't say he mightn't have me, but I should have it on my conscience to make it in one way or another a good thing for my parents. You are nice, old woman," he turned to his sister, "and one can still feel for the flower of your youth something of the wonderful reverence that we were all brought up on. For God's sake, therefore, all the more, don't really close with him till you've had another word or two with me. I'll be hanged," he appealed to the company again, "if he shall have her for nothing." "See rather," Vanderbank said to Mrs. Grendon, "how little it's like you're really losing her that she should be able this evening fairly to bring the dear man to you. At this rate we don't lose her, we simply get him as well." "Ah, but is it quite the dear man's company we want?" And Harold looked anxious and acute. "If that's the best arrangement Nanda can make." "If he hears us talking in this way, which strikes me as very horrible," Nanda interposed very simply and gravely, "I don't think we're likely to get anything." "Oh, Harold's talk," Vanderbank protested, "offers, I think, an extraordinary interest. Only I'm bound to say it crushes me to the earth. I've to make at least, as I listen to him, a big effort to bear up. It doesn't seem long ago," he pursued to his young friend, "that I used to feel I was in it, but the way you bring home to me, dreadful youth, that I'm already not." Harold looked earnest to understand. "The hungry generations tread you down, is that it?" Vanderbank gave a pleasant tragic headshake. "We speak a different language." "Ah, but I think I perfectly understand yours." "That's just my anguish, and your advantage. It's awfully curious," Vanderbank went on to Nanda, "but I feel as if I must figure to him, you know, very much as Mr. Longdon figures to me. Mr. Longdon doesn't somehow get into me. Yet I do, I think, into him. But we don't matter." "We?" Nanda, with her eyes on him, echoed it. "Mr. Longdon and I. It can't be helped, I suppose," he went on, for Tishy, with sociable sadness, "but it is short innings." Mrs. Grendon, who was clearly credulous, looked positively frightened. "Ah, but my dear, thank you. I haven't begun to live." "Well, I have. That's just where it is," said Harold. "Thank you all the more, old Van, for the tip." There was an announcement just now at the door, and Tishy turned to meet the Duchess, with Harold, almost as if he had been master of the house, figuring but a step behind her. "Don't mind her," Vanderbank immediately said to the companion with whom he was left. "But tell me, while I still have hold of you, who wrote my name on the French novel that I noticed a few minutes since in the other room?" Nanda at first only wondered. "If it's there, didn't you?" He just hesitated. "If it were here you'd see if it's my hand." Nanda faltered, and for somewhat longer. "How should I see? What do I know of your hand?" He looked at her hard. "You have seen it." "Oh, so little," she replied with a faint smile. "Do you mean I've not written to you for so long? Surely I did in when was it?" Yes, when? But why should you?" she asked in quite a different tone. He was not prepared on this with the right statement, and what he did after a moment bring out had for the occasion a little the sound of the wrong. "The beauty of you is that you're too good, which for me is but another way of saying you're too clever. You make no demands, you let things go. You don't allow in particular for the human weakness that enjoys an occasional glimpse of the weakness of others." She had deeply attended to him. "You mean perhaps one doesn't show enough what one wants?" "I think that must be it. You're so fiendishly proud." She appeared again to wonder. "Not too much so, at any rate. Only to want from you." "Well, what?" "Why, what's pleasant for yourself," she simply said. "Oh dear, that's poor bliss," he returned. "How does it come then," he next said, "that with this barrenness of our intercourse I know so well your hand?" A series of announcements had meanwhile been made, with guests arriving to match them, and Nanda's eyes at this moment engaged themselves with Mr. Longdon and her mother, who entered the room together. When she looked back to her companion she had had time to drop a consciousness of his question. "If I'm proud to you I'm not good," she said. "And if I'm good, always to you, I'm not proud. I know at all events perfectly how immensely you're occupied, what a quantity of work you get through, and how every minute counts for you. Don't make it a crime to me that I'm reasonable." "No, that would show, wouldn't it, that there isn't much else? But how it all comes back." "Well, to what?" she asked. "To the old story. You know how I'm occupied. You know how I work. You know how I manage my time." "Oh, I see," said Nanda. "It is my knowing, after all, everything." "Everything. The book I just mentioned is one that, months ago, I remember now, I lent your mother." "Oh, a thing in a blue cover? I remember then too." Nanda's face cleared up. "I had forgotten it was lying about here, but I must have brought it. In fact, I remember I did, for Tishy, and I wrote your name on it so that we might know." "That I hadn't lent it to either of you. It didn't occur to you to write your own," Vanderbank went on. "Well, but if it isn't mine, it isn't mine, I'm sure." "Therefore also if it can't be Tishy's." "The thing's simple enough. It's mother's." "Simple?" Vanderbank laughed. "I like you. And may I ask if you've read the remarkable work?" "Oh yes." Then she wonderfully said, "For Tishy." "To see if it would do?" "I've often done that," the girl returned. "And she takes your word?" "Generally. I think I remember she did that time." "And read the confounded thing?" "Oh no," said Nanda. He looked at her a moment longer. "You're too particular." Section 28 of The Awkward Age by Henry James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anna Simon. Book 8th, Tishy Grendon, Chapter 2. When after dinner the company was restored to the upper rooms, the Duchess was on her feet as soon as the door opened for the entrance of the gentlemen. Then it might have been seen that she had a purpose, for as soon as the elements had again, with a due amount of the usual shuffling and mismatching, been mixed, her case proved the first to have been settled. She had got Mr. Longdon beside her on a sofa that was just right for two. "I've seized you without a scruple," she frankly said, "for there are things I want to say to you as well as very particularly to ask. More than anything else, of course, I want again to thank you." No collapse of Mr. Longdon's was ever incompatible with his sitting well forward. "Again?" "Do you look so blank," she demanded, "because you've really forgotten the gratitude I expressed to you when you were so good as to bring Nanda up for Aggie's marriage, or because you don't think it a matter I should trouble myself to return to? How can I help it," she went on without waiting for his answer, "if I see your hand in everything that has happened since the so interesting talk I had with you last summer at Myrtle? There have been times when I've really thought of writing to you. I've even had a bold, bad idea of proposing myself to you for a Sunday. Then the crisis, my momentary alarm, has struck me as blowing over, and I felt I could wait for some luck like this which would sooner or later come." Her companion, however, appeared to have the luck so on her hands that she could only snatch up, to cover its nudity, the next handsomest assumption. "I see you cleverly guess that what I've been worried about is the effect on Mrs. Brook of the loss of her dear Mitchy. If you've not at all events had your own impression of this effect, isn't that only because these last months you've seen so little of her? I've seen," said the Duchess, "enough and to spare." She waited as if for her vision on this to be flashed back at her, but the only result of her speech was that her friend looked hard at somebody else. It was just this symptom indeed that perhaps sufficed her, for in a minute she was again afloat. "Things have turned out so much as I desire them that I should really feel wicked not to have a humble heart. There's a quarter indeed," she added with a noble unction, "to which I don't fear to say for myself that no day and no night pass without my showing it. However, you English, I know, don't like one to speak of one's religion. I'm just as simply thankful for mine, I mean with as little sense of indecency or agony about it, as I am for my health or my carriage. My point is at any rate that I say, in no cruel spirit of triumph, yet do none the less very distinctly say, that the person Mr. Mitchett's marriage has inevitably pleased least may be now rather to be feared." These words had the sound of a climax, and she had brought them out as if, with her duty done, to leave them. But something that took place for her eye in the face Mr. Longdon had half averted gave her, after an instant, what he might have called her second wind. "Oh, I know you think she always has been, but you've exaggerated as to that, and I don't say that even at present it's anything we shan't get the better of. Only we must keep our heads. We must remember that from her own point of view she has her grievance, and we must at least look as if we trusted her. That, you know, is what you've never quite done." He gave out a murmur of discomfort which produced in him a change of position, and the sequel to the change was that he presently accepted from his cushioned angle of the sofa the definite support it could offer. If his eyes moreover had not met his companion's, they had been brought by the hand he repeatedly and somewhat distressfully passed over them, closer to the question of which of the alien objects presented to his choice it would cost him least to profess to handle. What he had already paid, a spectator would easily have gathered from the suppressed wriggle that had ended in his falling back, was some sacrifice of his habit of not privately depreciating those to whom he was publicly civil. It was plain, however, that when he presently spoke his thought had taken a stretch. "I'm sure I fully intended to be everything that's proper, but I don't think Mr. Vanderbank cares for her." It kindled in the Duchess an immediate light. "Vous avez bien de l'esprit. You put one at one's ease. I've been vaguely groping while you were already there. It's really only for Nanda he cares." "Yes, Really?" The Duchess debated. "And yet exactly how much?" "I haven't asked him." She had another, a briefer pause. "Don't you think it about time you should?" Once more she waited, then seemed to feel her opportunity wouldn't. "We've worked a bit together, but you don't take me into your confidence. I dare say you don't believe I'm quite straight. Don't you really see how I must be?" She had a pleading note which made him at last more consentingly face her. "Don't you see," she went on with the advantage of it, "that, having got all I want for myself, I haven't a motive in the world for spoiling the fun of another? I don't want in the least, I assure you, to spoil even Mrs. Brooks. For how will she get a bit less out of him, I mean than she does now, if what you desire should take place? Honestly, my dear man, that's quite what I desire, and I only want, over and above, to help you. What I feel for Nanda, believe me, is pure pity. I won't say I'm frantically grateful to her, because in the long run, one way or another, she'll have found her account. It nevertheless worries me to see her, and all the more because of this very certitude which you've so kindly just settled for me, that our young man hasn't really with her mother." Whatever the certitude Mr. Longdon had kindly settled, it was in another interest that he at this moment broke in. "Is he your young man too?" She was not too much amused to cast about her. "Aren't such marked ornaments of life a little the property of all who admire and enjoy them?" "You enjoy him?" Mr. Longdon asked in the same straightforward way. "Immensely." His silence for a little seemed the sign of a plan. "What is it he hasn't done with Mrs. Brook?" "Well, the thing that would be the complication. He hasn't gone beyond a certain point. You may ask how one knows such matters, but I'm afraid I've not quite a receipt for it. A woman knows, but she can't tell. They haven't done, as it's called, anything wrong." Mr. Longdon frowned. "It would be extremely horrid if they had." "Ah, but for you and me who know life, it isn't that, if other things had made for it, would have prevented. As it happens, however, we've got off easily. She doesn't speak to him." She had forms he could only take up. "Speak to him?" "Why, as much as she would have liked to be able to believe." "Then where's the danger of which you appear to wish to warn me?" "Just in her feeling in the case as most women would feel. You see, she did what she could for her daughter. She did, I'm bound to say, as that sort of thing goes among you people, a good deal. She treasured up, she nursed along Mitchy, whom she would also, though of course not so much, have liked herself. Nanda could have kept him on with a word, becoming thereby so much the less accessible for your plan. That would have thoroughly obliged her mother, but your little English girls, in these altered times, oh, I know how you feel them, don't stand on such trifles. And, even if you think it odd of me, I can't defend myself, though I've so directly profited, against a certain compassion also for Mrs. Brook's upset. As a good-natured woman I feel, in short, for both of them. I deplore all round what's after all a rather sad relation. Only, as I tell you, Nanda's the one, I naturally say to myself, for me now most to think of, if I don't assume too much, that is, that you don't suffer by my freedom." Mr. Longdon put by with a mere drop of his eyes the question of his suffering. There was so clearly for him an issue more relevant. "What do you know of my plan?" "Why, my dear man, haven't I told you that ever since Myrtle I've made out your hand? What on earth, for other people, can your action look like but an adoption? "Of him?" "You're delightful. Of her. If it does come to the same thing for you, so much the better. That at any rate is what we're all taking it for. And Mrs. Brook herself, Aunt Ted. She sees, through your generosity, Nanda's life more or less, at the worst, arranged for, and that's just what gives her a good conscience." If Mr. Longdon breathed rather hard it seemed to show at least that he followed. "What does she want of a good conscience?" From under her high tiara an instant she almost looked down at him. "Ah, you do hate her?" He coloured but held his ground. "Don't you tell me yourself she's to be feared?" "Yes, and watched. But if possible with amusement." "Amusement?" Mr. Longdon faintly gasped. "Look at her now," his friend went on with an indication that was indeed easy to embrace. Separated from them by the width of the room, Mrs. Brook was, though placed in profile, fully presented. The satisfaction with which she had lately sunk upon a light gilt chair marked itself as superficial, and was moreover visibly not confirmed by the fact that Vanderbank's high-perched head, arrested before her in a general survey of opportunity, kept her eyes too far above the level of talk. Their companions were dispersed, some in the other room, and for the occupants of the Duchess's sofa they made, as a couple in communion, a picture, framed and detached, vaguely reduplicated in the high polish of the French floor. "She is tremendously pretty." The Duchess appeared to drop this as a plea for indulgence and to be impelled in fact by the interlocutor's silence to carry it further. "I've never at all thought, you know, that Nanda touches her." Mr. Longdon demurred. "Do you mean for beauty?" His friend, for his simplicity, discriminated. "Ah, they've neither of them beauty. That's not a word to make free with. But the mother has grace." "And the daughter hasn't?" "Not a line. You answer me of course when I say that. You answer me with your adored Lady Julia, and will want to know what then becomes of the lucky resemblance. I quite grant you that Lady Julia must have had the thing we speak of, but that dear sweet blessed thing is very much the same lost secret as the dear sweet blessed other thing that went away with it. The decent leisure that, for the most part, we've also seen the last of, is the thing at any rate that poor Nanda and all her kind have most effectually got rid of. Oh, if you'd trust me a little more you'd see that I'm quite at one with you on all the changes for the worse. I bear up, but I'm old enough to have known. All the same, Mrs. Brook has something, say what you like, when she bends that little brown head. Dieu sait comme elle se coiffe. But what she gets out of it! Only look." Mr. Longdon conveyed in an indescribable manner that he had retired to a great distance, yet even from this position he must have launched a glance that arrived at a middle way. "They both know you're watching them." "And don't they know you are? Poor Mr. Van has a consciousness." "So should I, if two terrible women—" "Were admiring you both at once." The Duchess folded the big feathered fan that had partly protected their vision. "Well, she, poor dear, can't help it. She wants him herself." At the drop of the Duchess's fan he restored his nippers. "And he doesn't, not a bit, want her." "There it is. She has put down her money, as it were, without a return. She has given Mitchy up and got nothing instead." There was delicacy, yet there was distinctness in Mr. Longdon's reserve. "Do you call me nothing?" The Duchess, at this, fairly swelled with her happy stare. "Then it is an adoption." She forbore to press, however; she only went on. "It isn't a question, my dear man, of what I call it. You don't make love to her." "Dear me, said Mr. Longdon. "What would she have had?" "That could be more charming, you mean, than your famous loyalty? Oh, caro mio, she wanted straighter. But I shock you," his companion quickly added. The manner in which he firmly rose was scarce a denial, yet he stood for a moment in place. "What, after all, can she do?" "She can keep Mr. Van." Mr. Longdon wondered. "Where?" "I mean till it's too late. She can work on him." "But how?" Covertly again the Duchess had followed the effect of her friend's perceived movement on Mrs. Brook, who also got up. She gave a rap with her Section 29 of The Awkward Age by Henry James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anna Simon. Book 8th, Tishy Grendon, Chapter 3. He mechanically obeyed her, although it happened to lend him the air of taking Mrs. Brook's approach for a signal to resume his seat. She came over to them. Vanderbank followed, and was without again moving, with a vague upward gape in fact, from his place, that Mr. Longdon received as she stood before him a challenge of a sort to flash a point into what the Duchess had just said. "Why do you hate me so?" Vanderbank, who, beside Mrs. Brook, looked at him with attention, might have suspected him of turning a trifle pale, though even Vanderbank, with reasons of his own for an observation of the sharpest, could scarce have read into the matter the particular dim vision that would have accounted for it. The flicker of fear of what Mrs. Brook, whether as daughter or as mother, was at last so strangely and differently to show herself. "I should warn you, sir," the young man threw off, "how little we consider that, in Buckingham Crescent certainly, a fair question. It isn't playing the game. It's hitting below the belt. We hate and we love, the latter especially, but to tell each other why is to break that little tacit rule of finding out for ourselves which is the delight of our lives and the source of our triumphs. You can say, you know, if you like, but you are not obliged." Mr. Longdon transferred to him something of the same colder apprehension, looking at him manifestly harder than ever before and finding in his eyes also, no doubt, a consciousness more charged. He presently got up, but, without answering Vanderbank, fixed again Mrs. Brook, to whom he echoed without expression, "Hate you?" The next moment, while he remained in presence with Vanderbank, Mrs. Brook was pointing out her meaning to him from the cushioned corner he had quitted. "Why, when you come back to town you come straight, as it were, here." "Ah, what's that?" the Duchess asked in his interest. "But to follow Nanda as closely as possible, or at any rate to keep well with her." Mrs. Brook, however, had no ear for this plea. "And when I, coming here too and thinking only of my chance to meet you, do my very sweetest to catch your eye, you're entirely given up." "To trying, of course," the Duchess broke in afresh, "to keep well with me." Mrs. Brook now had a smile for her. "Ah, that takes precautions then that I shall perhaps fail of if I too much interrupt your conversation." "Isn't she nice to me?" the Duchess asked of Mr. Longdon, "when I was in the very act of praising her to the skies?" Their interlocutor's reply was not too rapid to anticipate Mrs. Brook herself. "My dear Jane, that only proves his having reached some extravagance in the other sense that you had in mere decency to match. The truth is probably in the mean, isn't that what they call it, between you? Don't you now take him away," she went on to Vanderbank, who had glanced about for some better accommodation. He immediately pushed forward the nearest chair, which happened to be by the Duchess's side of the sofa. "Will you sit here, sir?" "If you'll stay to protect me." "That was really what I brought him over to you for," Mrs. Brook said, while Mr. Longdon took his place and Vanderbank looked out for another seat. "But I didn't know," she observed with her sweet free curiosity, "that he called you sir." She often made discoveries that were fairly childlike. "He has done it twice." "Isn't that only your inevitable English surprise," the Duchess demanded, "at the civility quite the commonest in other societies, so that one is to come here to find it regarded, in the way of ceremony, as the very end of the world?" "Oh," Mr. Longdon remarked, "it's a word I rather like myself even to employ to others." "I always ask here," the Duchess continued to him, "what word they've got instead. And do you know what they tell me?" Mrs. Brook wondered, then again, before he was ready, charmingly suggested: "Our pretty manner?" Quickly too she appealed to Mr. Longdon. "Is that what you miss from me?" He wondered, however, more than Mrs. Brook. "Your pretty manner?" "Well, these grand old forms that the Duchess is such a mistress of." Mrs. Brook had with this one of her eagerest visions. "Did mamma say sir to you? Ought I? Do you really get it in private out of Nanda? She has such depths of discretion," she explained to the Duchess and to Vanderbank, who had come back with his chair. "That is just the kind of racy anecdote she never in the world gives me." Mr. Longdon looked across at Van, placed now, after a moment's talk with Tishy in sight of them all, by Mrs. Brook's arm of the sofa. "You haven't protected. You've only exposed me." "Oh, there's no joy without danger." Mrs. Brook took it up with spirit. "Perhaps one should even say there's no danger without joy." Vanderbank's eyes had followed Mrs. Grendon after his brief passage with her, terminated by some need of her listless presence on the other side of the room. "What do you say then, on that theory, to the extraordinary gloom of our hostess? Her safety, by such a rule, must be deep." The Duchess was this time the first to know what they said. "The expression of Tishy's face comes precisely from our comparing it so unfavourably with that of her poor sister Carrie, who, though she isn't here tonight with the Cashmores, amazing enough even as coming without that, has so often shown us that an âme en peine, constantly tottering, but, as Nanda guarantees us, usually recovering, may look after all as beatific as a Dutch doll." Mrs. Brook's eyes had, on Tishy's passing away, taken the same course as Vanderbank's, whom she had visibly not neglected moreover while the pair stood there. "I give you Carrie, as you know, and I throw Mr. Cashmore in, but I'm lost in admiration tonight, as I always have been, of the way Tishy makes her ugliness serve. I should call it, if the word weren't so for ladies' maids, the most elegant thing I know." "My dear child," the Duchess objected, "what you describe as making her ugliness serve is what I should describe as concealing none of her beauty. There's nothing the matter surely with elegant as applied to Tishy, save that as commonly used it refers rather to a charm that's artificial than to a state of pure nature. There should be for elegance a basis of clothing. Nanda rather stints her." Mrs. Brook, perhaps more than usually thoughtful, just discriminated. "There is, I think, one little place. I'll speak to her." "To Tishy?" Vanderbank asked. "Oh, that would do no good. To Nanda. All the same," she continued, "it's an awfully superficial thing of you not to see that her dreariness, on which moreover I've set you right before, is a mere facial accident and doesn't correspond or, as they say, rhyme to anything within her that might make it a little interesting. What I like it for is just that it's so funny in itself. Her low spirits are nothing more than her features. Her gloom, as you call it, is merely her broken nose." "Has she a broken nose?" Mr. Longdon demanded with an accent that for some reason touched in the others the spring of laughter. "Has Nanda never mentioned it?" Mrs. Brook profited by this gaiety to ask. "That's the discretion you just spoke of," said the Duchess. "Only I should have expected from the cause you refer to rather the comic effect." "Mrs. Grendon's broken nose, sir," Vanderbank explained to Mr. Longdon, is only the kinder way taken by these ladies to speak of Mrs. Grendon's broken heart. You must know all about that." "Oh yes, all." Mr. Longdon spoke very simply, with the consequence this time, on the part of his companions, of a silence of some minutes, which he himself had at last to break. "Mr. Grendon doesn't like her." The addition of these words apparently made the difference, as if they constituted a fresh link with the irresistible comedy of things. That he was unexpectedly diverting was, however, no check to Mr. Longdon's delivering his full thought. Very horrid of two sisters to be both, in their marriages, so wretched. "Ah, but Tishy, I maintain," Mrs. Brook returned, "isn't wretched at all. If I was satisfied that she's really so, I'd never let Nanda come to her." "That's the most extraordinary doctrine, love," the Duchess interposed. "When you're satisfied a woman's really poor, you never give her a crust." "Do you call Nanda a crust, Duchess?" Vanderbank amusedly asked. "She's all, at any rate, apparently, just now, that poor Tishy has to live on." "You're severe then," the young man said, "on our dinner of tonight." "Oh, Jane," Mrs. Brook declared, "is never severe. She's only uncontrollably witty. It's only Tishy, moreover, who gives out that her husband doesn't like her. He, poor man, doesn't say anything of the sort." "Yes, but after all, you know," Vanderbank just put it to her, "where the deuce all the while is he?" "Heaven forbid," the Duchess remarked, "that we should too rashly ascertain." "There it is, exactly," Mr. Longdon subjoined. He had once more his success of hilarity, though not indeed to the injury of the Duchess's next word. "It's Nanda, you know, who speaks, and loud enough, for Harry Grendon's dislikes." "That's easy for her," Mrs. Brook declared, "when she herself isn't one of them." "She isn't surely one of anybody's," Mr. Longdon gravely observed. Mrs. Brook gazed across at him. "You are too, dear, but I've none the less a crowd to pick with you." Mr. Longdon returned her look, but returned it somehow to Van. "You frighten me, you know, out of my wits." "I do?" said Vanderbank. Mr. Longdon just hesitated. "Yes." "It must be the sacred terror," Mrs. Brook suggested to Van, "that Mitchy so often speaks of. I'm not trying with you," she went on to Mr. Longdon, "for anything of that kind, but only for the short half-hour in private that I think you won't for the world grant me. Nothing will induce you to find yourself alone with me." "Why, what on earth," Vanderbank asked, "do you suspect him of supposing you want to do?" "Oh, it isn't that," Mrs. Brook sadly said. "It isn't what?" laughed the Duchess. "That he fears I may want in any way to, what you call it, make up to him." She spoke as if she only wished it had been. "He has a deeper thought." "Well then what in goodness is it?" the Duchess pressed. Mr. Longdon had said nothing more, but Mrs. Brook preferred none the less to treat the question as between themselves. She was, as the other said, wonderful. "You can't help thinking me," she spoke to him straight, "rather tortuous." The pause she thus momentarily produced was so intense as to give a sharpness that was almost vulgar to the little "oh" by which it was presently broken, and the source of which neither of her three companions could afterwards in the least have named. Neither would have endeavoured to fix an infelicity of which each doubtless had been but too capable. "It's only as a mother," she added, "that I want my chance." But the Duchess was at this again in the breach. "Take it, for mercy's sake then, my dear, over Harold, who's an example to Nanda herself in the way that, behind the piano there, he's keeping it up with Lady Fanny." If this had been a herring that, in the interest of peace, the Duchess had wished to draw across the scent, it could scarce have been more effective. Mrs. Brook, whose position had made just the difference that she lost a view of the other side of the piano, took a slight but immediate stretch. Is Harold with Lady Fanny?" "You ask it, my dear child," said the Duchess, "as if it were too grand to be believed. It's the note of eagerness," she went on for Mr. Longdon's benefit. "It's almost a note of hope. One of those that ces messieurs that we all in fact delight in and find so matchless. She desires for Harold the highest advantages." "Well then," declared Vanderbank, who had achieved a glimpse, "he's clearly having them. It brings home to one his success." "His success is true," Mrs. Brook insisted. "How he does it I don't know." "Oh don't you?" trumpeted the Duchess. "He's amazing," Mrs. Brook pursued. "I watch, I hold my breath, but I'm bound to say also I rather admire. He somehow amuses them." "She's as pleased as Punch," said the Duchess. "Those great calm women, they like slighter creatures." "The great calm whales," the Duchess laughed, "swallow the little fishes." "Oh my dear," Mrs. Brook returned, "Harold can be tasted if you like." "If I like?" the Duchess parenthetically jeered. "Thank you, love." "But he can't, I think, be eaten. It all works out," Mrs. Brook expounded, "to the highest end. If Lady Fanny's amused she'll be quiet." "Bless me," cried the Duchess, "of all the immoral speeches! I put it to you, Longdon, does she mean," she appealed to their friend, "that if she commits murder she won't commit anything else?" "Oh it won't be murder," said Mrs. Brook. "I mean that if Harold, in one way and another, keeps her along she won't get off." "Off where?" Mr. Longdon risked. Vanderbank immediately informed him. "To one of the smaller Italian towns. Don't you know?" "Oh yes, like who is it? I forget." "Anna Karenina? You know about Anna?" "Nanda," said the Duchess, "has told him. But I thought," she went on to Mrs. Brook, "that Lady Fanny by this time must have gone." "Petherton then," Mrs. Brook returned, "doesn't keep you au courant?" The Duchess blandly wondered. "I seem to remember he had positively said so, and that she had come back." "Because this looks so like a fresh start? No, we know. You assume besides," Mrs. Brook asked, "that Mr. Cashmore would have received her again?" The Duchess fixed a little that gentleman and his actual companion. "What will you have? He mightn't have noticed." "Oh you're out of step, Duchess," Vanderbank said. "We used all to march abreast, but we're falling to pieces. It's all, saving your presence, Mitchy's marriage." "Ah," Mrs. Brook concurred, "how thoroughly I feel that! Oh I knew. The spell's broken. The harp has lost a string. We're not the same thing. He's not the same thing." "Frankly, my dear," the Duchess answered, "I don't think that you personally are either. Oh as for that, which is what matters least, we shall perhaps see." With which Mrs. Brook turned again to Mr. Longdon. "I haven't explained to you what I meant just now. We want Nanda." Mr. Longdon stared. "At home again?" "In her little old nook. You must give her back." "Do you mean altogether?" "Ah, that will be for you in a manner to arrange. But you've had her practically these 5 months, and with no desire to be unreasonable we yet have our natural feelings." This interchange, to which circumstances somehow gave a high effect of suddenness and strangeness, was listened to by the others in a quick silence that was like the sense of a blast of cold air, though with the difference between the spectators that Vanderbank attached his eyes hard to Mrs. Brook and that the Duchess looked as straight at Mr. Longdon, to whom clearly she wished to convey that if he had wondered a short time before how Mrs. Brook would do it he must now be quite at his ease. He indulged in fact, after this lady's last words, in a pause that might have signified some of the fulness of a new light. He only said very quietly: "I thought you liked it." At this his neighbour broke in. "The care you take of the child, they do." The Duchess, as she spoke, became aware of the nearer presence of Edward Brookenham, who within a minute had come in from the other room, and her decision of character leapt forth in her quick signal to him. "Edward will tell you." He was already before their semicircle. "Do you, dear," she appealed, "want Nanda back from Mr. Longdon?" Edward plainly could be trusted to feel in his quiet way that the oracle must be a match for the priestess. "Want her, Jane? We wouldn't take her." And as if no Section 30 of The Awkward Age by Henry James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anna Simon. Book 8, Tishy Grendon, Chapter 4. His reply had complete success, to which there could scarce have afterwards been a positive denial that some sound of amusement, even from Mr. Longdon himself, had in its degree contributed. Certain it was that Mrs. Brook found, as she exclaimed that her husband was always so awfully civil, just the right note of resigned understanding, whereupon he for a minute presented to them blankly enough his fine dead face. "Civil is just what I was afraid I wasn't. I mean, you know," he continued to Mr. Longdon, "that you really mustn't look to us to let you off." "From a week or a day," Mr. Longdon took him up, "of the time to which you consider I've pledged myself. My dear sir, please don't imagine it's for me the Duchess appeals." "It's from your wife, you delicious dull man," that lady elucidated. "If you wish to be stiff with our friend here you've really been so with her. Which comes, no doubt, from the absence between you of proper preconcerted action. You spoke without your cue." "Oh," said Edward Brookenham. "That's it, Jane." Mrs. Brook continued to take it beautifully. "We dressed today in a hurry and hadn't time for our usual rehearsal. Edward, when we dine out, generally brings 3 pocket handkerchiefs and 6 jokes. I leave the management of the handkerchiefs to his own taste, but we mostly try together in advance to arrange a career for the other things. It's some charming light thing of my own that's supposed to give him the sign." "Only sometimes he confounds." Vanderbank helped her out. "You're light and you're heavy." He had got up to make room for his host of so many occasions and, having forced him into the empty chair, now moved vaguely off to the quarter of the room occupied by Nanda and Mr. Cashmore. "That's very well," the Duchess resumed, "but it doesn't at all clear you, cara mia, of the misdemeanour of setting up as a felt domestic need something of which Edward proves deeply unconscious. He has put his finger on Nanda's true interest. He doesn't care a bit how it would look for you to want her." "Don't you mean rather, Jane, how it looks for us not to want her?" Mrs. Brook amended, with a detachment now complete. "Of course, dear old friend," she continued to Mr. Longdon, "she quite puts me with my back to the wall when she helps you to see, what you otherwise mightn't guess, that Edward and I work it out between us to show off as tender parents, and yet to get from you everything you'll give. I do the sentimental and he the practical, so that we, after one fashion and another, deck ourselves in the glory of our sacrifice without forfeiting the keep of our daughter. This must appeal to you as another useful illustration of what London manners have come to. Unless indeed," Mrs. Brook prattled on, "it only strikes you still more, and to a degree that blinds you to its other possible bearings, as the last proof that I'm too tortuous for you to know what I'd be at." Mr. Longdon faced her across his interval, with his original terror represented now only by such a lingering flush as might have formed a natural tribute to a brilliant scene. "I haven't the glimmering of an idea of what you'd be at. But please understand," he added, that I don't at all refuse you the private half-hour you referred to a while since." "Are you really willing to put the child up for the rest of the year?" Edward placidly demanded, speaking as if quite unaware that anything else had taken place. His wife fixed her eyes on him. "The ingenuity of your companions, love, plays in the air like the lightning, but flashes round your head only, by good fortune, to leave it unscathed. Still, you have after all your own strange wit, and I'm not sure that any of ours ever compares with it. Only, confronted also with ours, how can poor Mr. Longdon really choose which of the two he'll meet?" Poor Mr. Longdon now looked hard at Edward. "Oh, Mr. Brookenham's, I feel, any day. It's even with you, I confess," he said to him, "that I'd rather have that private half-hour." "Done," Mrs. Brook declared. "I'll send him to you. But we have, you know, as Van says, gone to pieces," she went on, twisting her pretty head and tossing it back over her shoulder to an auditor of whose approach to her from behind, though it was impossible she should have seen him, she had visibly within a minute become aware. "It's your marriage, Mitchy, that has darkened our old bright air, changed us more than we even yet know, and most grossly and horribly, my dear man, changed you. You steal up in a way that gives one the creeps, whereas in the good time that's gone you always burst in with music and song. Go round where I can see you. I mayn't love you now, but at least I suppose I may look at you. Direct your energies," she pursued, while Mitchy obeyed her, "as much as possible, please, against our uncanny chill. Pile on the fire and close up the ranks. This was our best hour, you know, and all the more that Tishy, I see, is getting rid of her superfluities. Here comes back old Van," she wound up, "vanquished, I judge, in the attempt to divert Nanda from her prey. Won't Nanda sit with poor us?" she asked of Vanderbank, who now, meeting Mitchy in range of the others, remained standing with him and as at her commands. "I didn't of course ask her," the young man replied. "Then what did you do?" "I only took a little walk." Mrs. Brook on this was woeful at Mitchy. "See then what we've come to. When did we ever walk in your time save as a distinct part of the effect of our good things? Please return to Nanda," she said to Vanderbank, "and tell her I particularly wish her to come in for this delightful evening's end." "She's joining us of herself now," the Duchess noted, "and so's Mr. Cashmore, and so's Tishy. Voyez, who has kept on, bless her little bare back, no one she oughtn't to keep. As nobody else will now arrive, it would be quite cosy if she locked the door." "But what on earth, my dear Jane," Mrs. Brook plaintively wondered, "are you proposing we should do?" Mrs. Brook, in her apprehension, had looked expressively at their friends, but the eye of the Duchess wandered no further than Harold and Lady Fanny. "It would perhaps serve to keep that pair a little longer from escaping together." Mrs. Brook took a pause no greater. "But wouldn't it be, as regards another pair, locking the stable door after what do you call it? Don't Petherton and Aggie appear already to have escaped together? Mitchy, man, where in the world's your wife?" "I quite grant you," said the Duchess gaily, "that my niece is wherever Petherton is. This I'm sure of, for there's a friendship, if you please, that has not been interrupted. Petherton's not gone, is he?" she asked in her turn of Mitchy. But again before he could speak it was taken up. "Mitchy's silent, Mitchy's altered, Mitchy's queer," Mrs. Brook proclaimed, while the new recruits to the circle, Tishy and Nanda and Mr. Cashmore, Lady Fanny and Harold too after a minute, and on perceiving the movement of the others, ended by enlarging it, with mutual accommodation and aid, to a pleasant talkative ring in which the subject of their companion's demonstration, on a low ottoman and glaring in his odd way in almost all directions at once, formed a conspicuous attractive centre. Tishy was nearest Mr. Longdon, and Nanda, still flanked by Mr. Cashmore, between that gentleman and his wife, who had Harold on her other side. Edward Brookenham was neighboured by his son and by Vanderbank, who might easily have felt himself, in spite of their separation and given, as it happened, their places in the group, rather publicly confronted with Mr. Longdon. "Is his wife in the other room?" Mrs. Brook now put to Tishy. Tishy, after a stare about, recovered the acuter consciousness to account for this guest. "Oh yes, she's playing with him." "But with whom, dear?" "Why, with Petherton. I thought you knew." "Knew they're playing?" Mrs. Brook was almost Socratic. "The missus is regularly wound up," her husband meanwhile, without resonance, observed to Vanderbank. "Brilliant indeed," Vanderbank replied. "But she's rather naughty, you know," Edward after a pause continued. "Oh, fiendish," his interlocutor said with a short smothered laugh that might have represented for a spectator a sudden start at such a flash of analysis from such a quarter. When Vanderbank's attention at any rate was free again, their hostess, assisted to the transition, was describing the play, as she had called it, of the absentees. "She has hidden a book and he's trying to find it." "Hide and seek? Why, isn't it innocent, Mitch?" Mrs. Brook exclaimed. Mitchy, speaking for the first time, faced her with extravagant gloom. "Do you really think so?" "That's her innocence," the Duchess laughed to him. "And don't you suppose he has found it yet?" Mrs. Brook pursued earnestly to Tishy. "Isn't it something we might all play at if—" On which, however, abruptly checking herself, she changed her note. "Nanda, love, please go and invite them to join us." Mitchy, at this moment, on his ottoman, wheeled straight round to the girl, who looked at him before speaking. "I'll go if Mitchy tells me." "But if he does fear," said her mother, "that there may be something in it?" Mitchy jerked back to Mrs. Brook. "Well, you see, I don't want to give way to my fear. Suppose there should be something. Let me not know." She dealt with him tenderly. "I see. You couldn't so soon bear it." "Ah, but savez-vous," the Duchess interposed with some majesty, "you're horrid." "Let them alone," Mitchy continued. "We don't want at all events a general romp." "Oh, I thought just that," said Mrs. Brook, "was what the Duchess wished the door locked for. Perhaps moreover," she returned to Tishy, "he hasn't yet found the book." "He can't," Tishy said with simplicity. "But why in the world?" "You see, she's sitting on it." Tishy felt, it was plain, the responsibility of explanation. "So that unless he pulls her off—" "He can't compass his desperate end. Ah, I hope he won't pull her off," Mrs. Brook wonderfully murmured. It was said in a manner that stirred the circle, and unanimous laughter seemed already to have crowned her invocation, lately uttered, to the social spirit. "But what in the world," she pursued, "is the book selected for such a position? I hope it's not a very big one." "Oh, aren't the books that are sat upon," Mr. Cashmore freely speculated, "as a matter of course the bad ones?" "Not a bit as a matter of course," Harold as freely replied to him. "They sit all round nowadays, I mean in the papers and places, on some awfully good stuff. Why, I myself read books that I couldn't, upon my honour I wouldn't risk it, read out to you here." "What a pity!" his father dropped with a special shade of dryness that was all Edward's own. "What a pity you haven't got one of your favourites to try on us." Harold looked about as if it might have been, after all, a happy thought. "Well, Nanda's the only girl." "And one's sister doesn't count," said the Duchess. "It's just because the thing's bad," Tishy resumed for Mrs. Brook's more particular benefit, "that Lord Petherton's trying to wrest it." Mrs. Brook's pale interest deepened. "Then it's a real hand-to-hand struggle." "She says she will." "Ah, that's because, isn't it, Jane?" Mrs. Brook appealed, "he's so long overlooked and advised her in those matters. Doesn't he feel by this time, so awfully clever as he is, the extraordinary way she has come out?" "By this time?" Harold echoed. "Dearest mummy, you're too sweet. It's only about 10 weeks. Isn't it, Mitch? You don't mind my saying that, I hope?" he solicitously added. Mitchy had his back to him and, bending it a little, sat with head dropped and knees pressing his hands together. I don't mind anyone saying anything." "Lord, are you already past that?" Harold sociably laughed. "He used to vibrate to everything. My dear man, what is the matter?" Mrs. Brook demanded. "Does it all move too fast for you?" "Mercy on us, what are you talking about? That's what I want to know," Mr. Cashmore vivaciously declared. "Well, she has gone at a pace, if Mitchy doesn't mind," Harold interposed in the tone of tact and taste. "But then don't they always? I mean when they're like Aggie and they once get loose, go at a pace. That's what I want to know. I don't suppose mother did, nor Tishy, nor the Duchess," he communicated to the rest. "But mother and Tishy and the Duchess, it strikes me, must either have been of the school that knew, don't you know, a deuce of a deal before, or of the type that takes it all more quietly after." "I think a woman can only speak for herself. I took it all quietly enough, both before and after," said Mrs. Brook. Then she addressed to Mr. Cashmore with a small formal nod one of her lovely wan smiles. "What I'm talking about, s'il vous plaît, is marriage." "I wonder if you know," the Duchess broke out on this, "how silly you all sound. When did it ever, in any society that could call itself decently good, not make a difference that an innocent young creature, a flower tended and guarded, should find from one day to the other her whole consciousness changed? People pull long faces and look wonderful looks and punch each other, in your English fashion, in the sides, and say to each other in corners that my poor darling has come out. Je crois bien she has come out. I married her, I don't mind saying it now, exactly that she should come out, and I should be mightily ashamed of every one concerned if she hadn't. I didn't marry her, I give you to believe, that she should stay in, and if any of you think to frighten Mitchy with it, I imagine you'll do so as little as you frighten me. If it has taken her a very short time, as Harold so vividly puts it, to which of you did I ever pretend, I should like to know, that it would take her a very long one? I dare say there are girls it would have taken longer, just as there are certainly others who wouldn't have required so much as an hour. It surely isn't news to you that if some young persons among us all are very stupid and others very wise, my dear child was never either, but only perfectly bred and deliciously clever. Ah, that, rather. If she's so clever that you don't know what to do with her, it's scarcely her fault. But add to it that Mitchy's very kind, and you have the whole thing. What more do you want?" Mrs. Brook, who looked immensely struck, replied with the promptest sympathy, yet as if there might have been an alternative. "I don't think," and her eyes appealed to the others, "that we want any more, do we, than the whole thing?" "Gracious, I should hope not," her husband remarked as privately as before to Vanderbank. "Jane, for mixed company, does go into it." Vanderbank, for a minute and with a special short arrest, took in the circle. "Should you call us mixed? There's only one girl." Edward Brookenham glanced at his daughter. "Yes, but I wish there were more." "Do you?" And Vanderbank's laugh at this odd view covered, for a little, the rest of the talk. But when he again began to follow, no victory had yet been snatched. It was Mrs. Brook, naturally, who rattled the standard. "When you say, dearest, that we don't know what to do with Aggie's cleverness, do you quite allow for the way we bow down before it and worship it? I don't quite see what else we, in here, can do with it, even though we have gathered that, just over there, Petherton's finding for it a different application. We can only each in our way do our best. Don't therefore succumb, Jane, to the delusive harm of a grievance. There would be nothing in it. You haven't got one. The beauty of the life that so many of us have so long led together," and she showed that it was for Mr. Longdon she more particularly brought this out, "is precisely that nobody has ever had one. Nobody has dreamt of it. It would have been such a rough false note, a note of violence out of all keeping. Did you ever hear of one, Van? Did you, my poor Mitchy? But you see for yourselves," she wound up with a sigh, and before either could answer, "how inferior we've become when we have even in our defence to assert such things." Mitchy, who for a while past had sat gazing at the floor, now raised his good natural goggles and stretched his closed mouth to its widest. "Oh, I think we're pretty good still," he then replied. Mrs. Brook indeed appeared, after a pause and addressing herself again to Tishy, to give a reluctant illustration of it, coming back as from an excursion of the shortest to the question momentarily dropped. "I'm bound to say, all the more, you know, that I don't quite see what Aggie mayn't now read." Suddenly, however, her look at their informant took on an anxiety. "Is the book you speak of something very awful?" Mrs. Grendon, with so much these past minutes to have made her so, was at last visibly more present. "That's what Lord Petherton says of it, from what he knows of the author." "So that he wants to keep her?" "Well, from trying it first. I think he wants to see if it's good for her." "That's one of the most charming swans, I think," the Duchess said, "that a gentleman may render a young woman to whom he desires to be useful. I won't say that Petherton always knows how good a book may be, but I'd trust him any day to say how bad." Mr. Longdon, who had sat throughout silent and still, quitted his seat at this, and evidently in so doing gave Mrs. Brook as much occasion as she required. She also got up, and her movement brought to her view at the door of the further room something that drew from her a quick exclamation. "He can tell us now then, for here they come." Lord Petherton, arriving with animation and followed so swiftly by his young companion that she presented herself as pursuing him, shook triumphantly over his head a small volume in blue paper. There was a general movement at the sight of them, and by the time they had rejoined their friends the company, pushing back seats and causing a variety of mute expressions smoothly to circulate, was pretty well on its feet. "See, he has pulled her off," said Mrs. Brook. Little Aggie, to whom plenty of pearls were singularly becoming, met it as pleasant sympathy. "Yes, and it was a real pull. But of course," she continued with the prettiest humour and as if Mrs. Brook would quite understand, "from the moment one has a person's nails and almost his teeth in one's flesh." Mrs. Brook's sympathy passed, however, with no great ease from Aggie's pearls to her other charms, fixing the former indeed so markedly that Harold had a quick word about it for Lady Fanny. "When poor mummy thinks, you know, that Nanda might have had them." Lady Fanny's attention, for that matter, had resisted them as little. "Well, I dare say that if I'd wanted I might." "Lord, could you have stood him?" the young man returned. "But I believe women can stand anything," he profoundly concluded. His mother meanwhile, recovering herself, had begun to ejaculate on the prints in Aggie's arms, and he was then diverted from the sense of what he personally, as he would have said, couldn't have stood, by a glance at Lord Petherton's trophy, for which he made a prompt grab. "The bone of contention." Lord Petherton had let it go, and Harold remained arrested by the cover. "Why, blest if it hasn't Van's name." "Van's?" His mother was near enough to effect her own snatch, after which she swiftly faced the proprietor of the volume. "Dear man, it's the last thing you lent me. But I don't think," she added, turning to Tishy, "that I ever passed such a production on to you." "It was just seeing Mr. Van's hand," Aggie conscientiously explained, "that made me think one was free." "But it isn't Mr. Van's hand." Mrs. Brook quite smiled at the error. She thrust the book straight at Mr. Longdon. "Is that Mr. Van's hand?" Holding the disputed object, which he had put on his nippers to glance at, he presently, without speaking, looked over these aids straight at Nanda, who looked as straight back at him. "It was I who wrote Mr. Van's name." The girl's eyes were on Mr. Longdon, but her words as for the company. "I brought the book here from Buckingham Crescent and left it by accident in the other room." "By accident, my dear," her mother replied, "I do quite hope. But what on earth did you bring it for? It's too hideous." Nanda seemed to wonder. "Is it?" she murmured. "Then you haven't read it?" She just hesitated. "One hardly knows now, I think, what is and what isn't." "She brought it only for me to read," Tishy gravely interposed. Mrs. Brook looked strange. "Nanda recommended it?" "Oh no, the contrary." Tishy, as if scared by so much publicity, floundered a little. "She only told me." "The awful subject!" Mrs. Brook wailed. There was so deepening an echo of the drollery of this last passage that it was a minute before Vanderbank could be heard saying: "The responsibility's wholly mine for setting the beastly thing in motion. Still," he added good-humouredly, and as to minimise, if not the cause, at least the consequence, "I think I agree with Nanda that it's no worse than anything else." Mrs. Brook had recovered the volume from Mr. Longdon's relaxed hand, and now, without another glance at it, held it behind her with an unusual air of firmness. "Oh, how can you say that, my dear man, of anything so revolting?" The discussion kept them for the instant well face to face. "Then did you read it?" She debated, jerking the book into the nearest empty chair, where Mr. Cashmore quickly pounced on it. "Wasn't it for that you brought it me?" she demanded. Yet before he could answer she again challenged her child. "Have you read this work, Nanda?" "Yes, mamma." "Oh, I say!" cried Mr. Cashmore, hilarious, and turning. Section 31 of The Awkward Age by Henry James. This LibriVox recording is the public domain. Recording by Anna Simon. Book the 9th, Vanderbank, Chapter 1. "I think you'd better wait," Mrs. Brook said, "till I see if he has gone." And on the arrival the next moment of the servants with the tea she was able to put her question. "Is Mr. Cashmore still with Miss Brookenham?" "No, ma'am," the footman replied. "I let Mr. Cashmore out 5 minutes ago." Vanderbank showed for the next short time by his behaviour what he felt at not yet being free to act on this, moving pointlessly about the room while the servants arranged the tea-table and taking no trouble to make, for appearance, any other talk. Mrs. Brook, on her side, took so little that the silence, which their temporary companions had all the effect of keeping up by conscious dawdling, became precisely one of those precious lights for the circle below stairs which people fondly fancy they have not kindled when they have not spoken. But Vanderbank spoke again as soon as the door was closed. "Does he run in and out that way without even speaking to you?" Mrs. Brook turned away from the fire that, late in May, was the only charm of the crude cold afternoon. "One would like to draw the curtains, wouldn't one, and gossip in the glow of the hearth." "Oh, gossip," Vanderbank wearily said as he came to her pretty table. In the act of serving him she checked herself. "You wouldn't rather have it with her?" He balanced a moment. "Does she have a tea of her own?" "Do you mean to say you don't know?" Mrs. Brook asked it with surprise. "Such ignorance of what I do for her does tell, I think, the tale of how you've lately treated us." "In not coming for so long?" "For more weeks, for more months than I can count. Scarcely since, when was it, the end of January, that night of Tishy's dinner." "Yes, that awful night." "Awful, you call it?" "Awful." "Well, the time without you," Mrs. Brook returned, "has been so bad that I'm afraid I've lost the impression of anything before." Then she offered the tea to his choice. "Will you have it upstairs?" He received the cup. "Yes, and here too." After which he said nothing again till, first pouring in milk to cool it, he had drunk his tea down. "That's not literally true, you know. I have been in." "Yes, but always with other people. You managed it somehow. The wrong ones. It hasn't counted." "Ah, in one way and another I think everything counts. And you forget I've dined." "Oh, for once." "The once you asked me. So don't spoil the beauty of your own behaviour by mistimed reflections. You've been, as usual, superior." "Ah, but there has been no beauty in it. There has been nothing," Mrs. Brook went on, "but bare bleak recognition, the curse of my hideous intelligence. We've fallen to pieces, and at least I'm not such a fool as not to have felt it in time. From the moment one did feel it, why should one insist on vain forms? If you felt it, and were so ready to drop them, my part was what it has always been, to accept the inevitable. We shall never grow together again. The smash was too great." Vanderbank for a little said nothing. Then, at last, "You ought to know how great." Whatever had happened, her lovely look here survived it. "I?" "The smash," he replied, "was indeed as complete, I think, as your intention. Each of the pieces testifies to your success. 5 minutes did it." She appeared to wonder where he was going. "But surely not my minutes. Where have you discovered that I made Mitchy's marriage?" "Mitchy's marriage has nothing to do with it." "I see." She had the old interest at least still at their service. "You think we might have survived that?" A new thought of it seemed to glimmer. "I'm bound to say Mitchy's marriage promises elements." "You did it that night, Mrs. Grendon's." He spoke as if he had not heard her. "It was a wonderful performance. You pulled us down, just closing with each of the great columns in its turn, as Samson pulled down the temple. I was at the time more or less bruised and buried, and didn't in the agitation and confusion fully understand what had happened. But I understand now." "Are you very sure?" Mrs. Brook earnestly asked. "Well, I'm stupid compared with you, but you see I've taken my time. I've puzzled it out. I've lain awake on it, all the more that I've had to do it all myself. With the Mitchys in Italy and Greece. I've missed his aid." "You'll have it now," Mrs. Brook kindly said. "They're coming back." "And when do they arrive?" "Any day, I believe." "Has he written you?" "No," said Mrs. Brook. "There it is. That's just the way we've fallen to pieces. But you'll of course have heard something." "Never a word." "Ah, then it's complete." Vanderbank thought a moment. "Not quite, is it? I mean, it won't be altogether unless he hasn't written to Nanda." "Then has he?" She was keen again. "Oh, I'm assuming. Don't you know?" "How should I?" This too he turned over. "Just as a consequence of your having, at Tishy's, so abruptly and wonderfully tackled the question that a few days later, as I afterwards gathered, was to be crowned with a measure of success not yet exhausted. Why, in other words, if it was to know so little about her and to get no nearer to her, did you bring about Nanda's return?" There was a clear reason, her face said, if she could only remember it. "Why did I?" Then, as catching a light, "Fancy your asking me at this time of day." "Ah, you have noticed that I haven't asked before. However," Van promptly added, "I know well enough what you notice. Nanda hasn't mentioned to you whether or no she has heard?" "Absolutely not. But you don't suppose, I take it, that it was to pry into her affairs I called her in?" Vanderbank, on this, lighted for the first time with a laugh. "Called her in? How I like your expressions!" "I do then, in spite of all," she eagerly asked, "remind you a little of the bon temps? Ah," she sighed, "I don't say anything good now. But of course I see Jane, though not so often either. It's from Jane I've heard of what she calls her young things. It seems so odd to think of Mitchy as a young thing. He's as old time, and his wife, who the other day was about 6, is now practically about 40. And I also saw Petherton," Mrs. Brook added, "on his return." "His return from where?" "Why, he was with them at Corfu, Malta, Cyprus? I don't know where. Yachting, spending Mitchy's money, larking, he called it. I don't know what. He was with them for weeks. Till Jane, you mean, called him in? I think it must have been that. Well, that's better, said Van, than if Mitchy had had to call him out. Oh, Mitchy, Mrs. Brook comprehensively sounded. Her visitor quite assented. Isn't he amazing? Unique. He had a short pause. But what's she up to? It was apparently for Mrs. Brook a question of such variety of application that she brought out experimentally, Jane? Dear no, I think we've fathomed Jane, haven't we? Well, mused Mrs. Brook, I'm by no means sure I have. Just of late I've had a new sense. Yes, of what now? Van amusedly put it as she held the note. Oh, of deaths below deaths. But poor Jane, of course after all she is human. She's beside herself with one thing and another, but she can't in any consistency show it. She took her stand so on having with Petherton's aid formed Aggie for a femme charmante. That it's too late to cry out that Petherton's aid can now be dispensed with? Do you mean then that he is such a brute that after all Mitchy has done for him? Vanderbank, at the rising image, pulled up in easy disgust. I think him quite capable of considering with a magnificent insolence of selfishness that what Mitchy has most done will have been to make Aggie accessible in a way that, for decency and delicacy of course, things on which Petherton highly prides himself, she could naturally not be as a girl. Her marriage has simplified it. Vanderbank took it all in. Accessible is good. Then, which was what I intended just now, Aggie has already become so... Mrs. Brook, however, could as yet in fairness only wonder. That's just what I'm dying to see. Her companion smiled at it. Even in our ashes live there wonted fires. But what do you make in such a box of poor Mitchy himself? His marriage can scarcely to such an extent have simplified him. It was something, none the less, that Mrs. Brook had to weigh. I don't know. I give it up. The thing was of a strangeness. Her friend also paused, and it was as if for a little, on either side of a gate on which they might have had their elbows, they remained looking at each other over it and over what was unsaid between them. It was rum, he at last merely dropped. It was scarce for Mrs. Brook all the same. She seemed to feel after a moment to surround the matter with an excess of silence. He did what a man does, especially in that business, when he doesn't do what he wants. Do you mean what somebody else wanted? Well, what he himself didn't. And if he's unhappy, she went on, he'll know whom to pitch into. Ah, said Vanderbank, even if he is, he won't be the man to what you might call vent it on her. He'll seek compensations elsewhere and won't mind any ridicule. Whom are you speaking of as her? Mrs. Brook asked, as on feeling that something in her face had made him stop. I wasn't referring, she explained, to his wife. Oh, said Vanderbank. Aggie doesn't matter, she went on. Oh, he repeated. You meant the Duchess? He then threw off. Don't be silly, she rejoined. He may not become unhappy, God grant not, she developed. But if he does, he'll take it out of Nanda. Van appeared to challenge this. Take it out of her? Well, want to know, as some American asked me the other day of somebody, what she's going to do about it. Vanderbank, who had remained on his feet, stood still at this for a longer time than at anything yet. But what can she do? That's again just what I'm curious to see. Mrs. Brook then spoke with a glance at the clock. But if you don't go up to her... My notion of seeing her alone may be defeated by her coming down on learning that I'm here. He had taken out his watch. I'll go in a moment. But, as a light on that danger, Would you, in the circumstances, come down?" Mrs. Brook, however, could, for light, only look darkness. "Oh, you don't love me." Vanderbank, still with his watch, stared then as an alternative at the fire. "You haven't yet told me, you know, if Mr. Cashmore now comes every day." "My dear man, how can I say? You've just your occasion to find out." "From her, you mean?" Mrs. Brook hesitated. "Unless you prefer the footman. Must I again remind you that, with her own sitting room and one of the men, in addition to her maid, wholly at her orders, her independence is ideal?" Vanderbank, who appeared to have been timing himself, put up his watch. "I'm bound to say then that with separations so established I understand less than ever your unforgettable explosion." "Ah, you come back to that?" she wearily asked. "And you find it, with all you've to think about, unforgettable?" "Oh, but there was a wild light in your eye." "Well," Mrs. Brook said, "you see it now quite gone out." She had spoken more sadly than sharply, but her impatience had the next moment a flicker. "I called Nanda in because I wanted to." "Precisely. But what I don't make out, you see, is what you've since gained by it." "You mean she only hates me the more?" Van's impatience, in the movement with which he turned from her, had a flare still sharper. "You know I'm incapable of meaning anything of the sort." She waited a minute while his back was presented. "I sometimes think, in effect, that you're incapable of anything straightforward." Vanderbank's movement had not been to the door, but he almost reached it after giving her, on this, a hard look. He then stopped short, however, to stare an instant still more fixedly into the hat he held in his hand, the consequence of which, in turn, was that he the next minute stood again before her chair. "Don't you call it straightforward of me just not to have come for so long?" She had again to take time to say. "Is that an allusion to what, by the loss of your beautiful presence, I failed to gain? I dare say, at any rate," she gave him no time to reply, "that you feel you're quite as straightforward as I, and that we're neither of us creatures of mere rash impulse. There was a time, in fact, wasn't there, when we rather enjoyed each other's dim depths. If I wanted to fawn on you," she went on, "I might say that, with such a comrade in obliquity to wind and double about with, I'd risk losing myself in the mine. But why retort or recriminate? Let us not, for God's sake, be vulgar. We haven't yet, bad as it is, come to that. I can be, no doubt. I some day must be. I feel it looming at me out of the awful future as an inevitable fate. But let it be for when I'm old and horrible, not an hour before. I do want to live a little, even yet. So you ought to let me off easily, even as I let you." "Oh, I know," said Vanderbank handsomely, "that there are things you don't put to me. You show a tact." "There it is. And I like much better," Mrs. Brook went on, "our speaking of it as delicacy than as duplicity. If you understand, it's so much saved." "What I always understand more than anything else," he returned, "is the general truth that you're prodigious." It was perhaps a little as relapse from tension that she had nothing against that. "As for instance when it would be so easy." "Yes, to take up what lies there you yet so splendidly abstain." "You literally press upon me my opportunity. It's you who are splendid," she rather strangely laughed. "Don't you at least want to say," he went on with a slight flush, "what you most obviously and naturally might?" Appealed to on the question of underlying desire, Mrs. Brook went through the decent form of appearing to try to give it the benefit of any doubt. "Don't I want, you mean, to find out before you go up what you want? Shall you be too disappointed," she asked, "if I say that, since I shall probably learn, as we used to be told as children, all in good time, I can wait till the light comes out of itself?" Vanderbank still lingered. "You ARE deep." You've only to be deeper." "That's easy to say. I'm afraid at any rate you won't think I am," he pursued after a pause. "If I ask you what in the world, since Harold does keep Lady Fanny so quiet, Cashmore still requires Nanda's direction for?" "Ah, find out," said Mrs. Brook. "Isn't Mrs. Donner quite shelved?" "Find out," she repeated. Vanderbank had reached the door and had his hand on the latch, but there was still something else. "You scarce suppose, I imagine, that she has come to like him for himself?" "Find out." And Mrs. Brook, who was now on her feet, turned. Section 32 of The Awkward Age by Henry James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anna Simon. Book 9th, Vanderbank, Chapter 2. She remained alone 10 minutes, at the end of which her reflections, which would have been seen to be deep, were interrupted by the entrance of her husband. The interruption was indeed not so great as if the couple had not met, as they almost invariably met, in silence. She took, at all events, to begin with, no more account of his presence than to hand him a cup of tea accompanied with nothing but cream and sugar. Her having no word for him, however, committed her no more to implying that he had come in only for his refreshment than it would have committed her to say, "Here it is, Edward dear, just as you like it, so take it and sit down and be quiet." No spectator worth his salt could have seen them more than a little together without feeling how everything that, under his eyes or not, she either did or omitted, rested on a profound acquaintance with his ways. They formed, Edward's ways, a chapter by themselves, of which Mrs. Brook was completely mistress, and in respect to which the only drawback was that a part of her credit was by the nature of the case predestined to remain obscure. So many of them were so queer that no one but she could know them, and know thereby into what crannies her reckoning had to penetrate. It was one of them, for instance, that if he was often most silent when most primed with matter, so when he had nothing to say he was always silent too, a peculiarity misleading, until mastered, for a lady who could have allowed in the latter case for almost any variety of remark. "What do you think," he said at last, "of his turning up to-day?" "Of old Van's?" "Oh, has he turned up?" "Half an hour ago, and asking almost in his first breath for Nanda. I sent him up to her, and he's with her now." If Edward had his ways, she had also some of her own, one of which, in talk with him, if talk it could be called, was never to produce anything till the need was marked. She had thus a card or two always in reserve, for it was her theory that she never knew what might happen. It nevertheless did occur that he sometimes went, as she would have called it, one better. "He's not with her now. I've just been with her." "Then he didn't go up?" Mrs. Brook was immensely interested. "He left me, you know, to do so." "No? How should I know? I left her 5 minutes ago." "Then he went out without seeing her," Mrs. Brook took it in. "He changed his mind out there on the stairs." "Well," said Edward, "it won't be the first mind that has been changed there. It's about the only thing a man can change." "Do you refer particularly to my stairs?" she asked with her whimsical woe. But meanwhile she had taken it in. "Then whom were you speaking of?" "Mr. Longdon's coming to tea with her. She's had a note." "But when did he come to town?" "Last night, I believe. The note, an hour or two ago, announced him, brought by hand and hoping she'd be at home." Mrs. Brook thought again. "I'm glad she is. He's too sweet. By hand. It must have been so he sent them to mamma. He wouldn't for the world wire." "Oh, Nanda has often wired to him," her father returned. "Then she ought to be ashamed of herself. But how," said Mrs. Brook, "do you know?" "Oh, I know when we're in a thing like this." "Yet you complain of her want of intimacy with you. It turns out that you're as thick as thieves." Edward looked at this charge as he looked at all old friends, without a sign, to call a sign of recognition. I don't know of whose want of intimacy with me I've ever complained. There isn't much more of it that I can see that any of them could put on. What do you suppose I'd have them do? If I on my side don't get very far, I may have alluded to that." "Oh, but you do," Mrs. Brook declared. "You think you don't, but you get very far indeed. You're always, as I said just now, bringing out something that you've got somewhere." "Yes, and seeing you flare up at it. What I bring out is only what they tell me." This limitation offered, however, for Mrs. Brook no difficulty. "Ah, but it seems to me that with the things people nowadays tell one, what more do you want?" "Well," and Edward from his chair regarded the fire a while, "the difference must be in what they tell you." "Things that are better?" "Yes, worse. I dare say," he went on, "what I give them isn't as bad as what I do. Oh, we must each do our best. But when I hear from you," Mrs. Brook pursued, "that Nanda had ever permitted herself anything so dreadful as to wire to him, it comes over me afresh that I would have been the perfect one to deal with him if his detestation of me hadn't prevented." She was by this time also but on her feet before the fire, into which, like her husband, she gazed. "I would never have wired. I'd have gone in for little delicacies and odd things she has never thought of." "Oh, she doesn't go in for what you do," Edward assented. "She's as bleak as a chimney top when the fire's out, and if it hadn't been after all for mamma—" And she lost herself again in the reasons of things. Her husband's silence seemed to mark for an instant a deference to her allusion, but there was a limit even to this combination. "You make your mother, I think, keep it up pretty well. But if she hadn't, as you say, done so—" "Why, we shouldn't have been anywhere." "Well, where are we now? That's what I want to know." Following her own train, she had at first no heed for this question. "Without his hatred he would have liked me." But she came back with a sigh to the actual. "No matter. We must deal with what we've got." "What have we got?" Edward continued. Again with no ear for his question, his wife turned away, only, however, after taking a few vague steps, to approach him with new decision. "If Mr. Longdon's due, will you do me a favour? Will you go back to Nanda before he arrives and let her know, though not of course as from me, that Van has been here half an hour, has had it put well before him that she's up there and at liberty, and has left the house without seeing her?" Edward Brookenham made no motion. "You don't like better to do it yourself?" "If I liked better," said Mrs. Brook, "I'd have already done it. The way to make it not come from me is surely not for me to give it to her. Besides, I want to be here to receive him first." "Then can't she know it afterwards?" "After Mr. Longdon has gone? The whole point is that she should know it in time to let him know it." Edward still communed with the fire. "And what's the point of that?" Her impatience, which visibly increased, carried her away again, and by the time she reached the window he had launched another question. "Are you in such a hurry she should know that Van doesn't want her?" "What do you call a hurry when I've waited nearly a year? Nanda may know or not as she likes, may know whenever. If she doesn't know pretty well by this time she's too stupid for it to matter. My only pressure is for Mr. Longdon. She'll have it there for him when he arrives." "You mean she'll make haste to tell him?" Mrs. Brook raised her eyes a moment to some upper immensity. "She'll mention it." Her husband, on the other hand, his legs outstretched, looked straight at the toes of his boots. "Are you very sure?" Then, as he remained without an answer, "Why should she, if he hasn't told her?" "Of the way I so long ago let you know that he had put the matter to Van? It's not out between them in words, no doubt, but I fancy that for things to pass they've not to dot their i's quite so much, my dear, as we do. Without a syllable said to her, she's yet aware in every fibre of her little being of what has taken place." Edward gave a still longer space to taking this in. "Poor little thing." "Does she strike you as so poor?" Mrs. Brook asked, "with so awfully much done for her?" "Done by whom?" It was as if she had not heard the question that she spoke again. "She has got what every woman, young or old, wants." "Really?" Edward's tone was of wonder, but she simply went on. "She's got a man of her own." "Well, but if he's the wrong one—" "Do you call Mr. Longdon so very wrong? I wish," she declared with a strange sigh, "that I had had a Mr. Longdon." "I wish very much you had. I wouldn't have taken it like Van." "Oh, it took Van," Mrs. Brook replied, "to put them where they are." "But where are they? That's exactly it. In these 3 months, for instance," Edward demanded, "how has their connexion profited?" Mrs. Brook turned it over. "Profited which?" "Well, one cares most for one's child." "Then she has become for him what we've most hoped her to be, an object of compassion still more marked." "Is that what you've hoped her to be?" Mrs. Brook was obviously so lucid for herself that her renewed expression of impatience had plenty of point. "How can you ask after seeing what I did—" "That night at Mrs. Grendon's? Well, it's the first time I have asked it." Mrs. Brook had a silence more pregnant. "It's for being with us that he pities her." Edward thought. "With me too?" "Not so much, but still you help." "I thought you thought I didn't that night." "At Tishy's? Oh, you didn't matter," said Mrs. Brook. "Everything, every one helps. Harold distinctly," she seemed to figure it all out, "and even the poor children, I dare say, a little. Oh, but every one," she warmed to the vision. "It's perfect. Jane immensely, par exemple. Almost all the others who come to the house. Cashmore, Carrie, Tishy, Fanny. Bless their hearts all, each in their degree." Edward Brookenham had under the influence of this demonstration gradually risen from his seat, and as his wife approached that part of her process which might be expected to furnish the proof, he placed himself before her with his back to the fire. "And Mitchy, I suppose?" But he was out. "No, Mitchy's different." He wondered. "Different?" "Not a help. Quite a drawback." Then as his face told how these were involutions, "You needn't understand, but you can believe me," she added. "The one who does most is of course Van himself." It was a statement by which his failure to apprehend was not diminished, and she completed her operation. "By not liking her." Edward's gloom on this was not quite blankness, yet it was dense. "Do you like his not liking her?" "Dear no, no better than he does." "And he doesn't?" "Oh, he hates it." "Of course I haven't asked him," Edward appeared to say more to himself than to his wife. "And of course I haven't," she returned, not at all in this case plainly for herself. "But I know it. He'd like her if he could, but he can't. That," Mrs. Brook wound up, "is what makes it sure." There was at last in Edward's gravity a positive pathos. "Sure he won't propose?" "Sure Mr. Longdon won't now throw her over." "Of course if it IS sure." "Well?" "Why, it is. But of course if it isn't." "Well?" "Why, she won't have anything. Anything but us," he continued to reflect. "Unless, you know, you're working it on a certainty." "That's just what I am working it on. I did nothing till I knew I was safe." "Safe?" he ambiguously echoed, while on this their eyes met longer. "Safe. I knew he'd stick." "But how did you know Van wouldn't?" "No matter how. But better still, he hasn't stuck." She said it very simply, but she turned away from him. His eyes for a little followed her. "We don't know, after all, the old boy's means." "I don't know what you mean by we don't. Nanda does." "But where's the support if she doesn't tell us?" Mrs. Brook, who had faced about, again turned from him. "I hope you don't forget," she remarked with superiority, "that we don't ask her." "You don't?" Edward gloomed. Never. But I trust her."
"Yes," he mused afresh. "One must trust one's child. Does Van?" he then inquired.
"Does he trust her?"
"Does he know anything of the general figure?" She hesitated.
"Everything. It's high."
"He has told you so?"
Mrs. Brook, supremely impatient now, seemed to demur even to the question. "We ask him even less."
"Then how do we know?"
She was weary of explaining. "Because that's just why he hates it." There was no end, however, apparently, to what Edward could take.
"But hates what?"
"Why, not liking her." Edward kept his back to the fire and his dead eyes on the cornice and the ceiling.
"I shouldn't think it would be so difficult."
"Well, you see it isn't. Mr. Longdon can manage it."
"I don't see what the devil's the matter with her," he coldly continued.
"Ah, that may not prevent. It's fortunately the source at any rate of half Mr. Longdon's interest."
"But what the hell is it?" he drearily demanded.
She faltered a little, but she brought it out. "It's me."
"And what's the matter with you?"
She made, at this, a movement that drew his eyes to her own, and for a moment she dimly smiled at him. "That's the nicest thing you ever said to me. But ever, ever, you know."
"Is it?"
She had her hand on his sleeve and he looked almost awkward. "Quite the very nicest. Consider that fact well, and even if you only said it by accident, don't be funny, as you know you sometimes can be, and take it back. It's all right. It's charming, isn't it, when our troubles bring us more together? Now go up to her." Edward kept a queer face, into which this succession of remarks introduced no light, but he finally moved, and it was only when he had almost reached the door that he stopped again.
"Of course you know he has sent her no end of books."
"Mr. Longdon, of late? Oh yes, a deluge, so that her room looks like a bookseller's back shop. And all in the loveliest bindings, the most standard English works. I not only know it, naturally, but I know, what you don't, why."
"Why?"
Edward echoed.
"Why but that, unless he should send her money, it's about the only kindness he can show her at a distance."
Mrs. Brook hesitated. Then with a little suppressed sigh, "That's it."
But it still held him. "And perhaps he does send her money?"
"No, not now."
Edward lingered. "Then is he taking it out?"
"In books only." It was wonderful, with its effect on him now visible, how she possessed her subject. "Yes, that's his delicacy, for the present."
"And you're not afraid for the future?"
"Of his considering that the books will have worked it off? No, they're thrown in." Just perceptibly cheered, he reached the door, where, however, he had another pause.
"You don't think I'd better see Van?"
She stared. "What for?"
"Why, to ask what the devil he means."
"If you should do anything so hideously vulgar," she instantly replied, "I'd leave your house the next hour. Do you expect," she asked, "to be able to force your child down his throat?" He was clearly not prepared with an account of his expectations, but he had a general memory that imposed itself.
"Then why in the world did he make up to us?"
"He didn't. We made up to him."
"But why in the world?"
"Well," said Mrs. Brook, really to finish, "we were in love with him."
"Oh," Edward jerked.
He had by this time opened the door, and the sound was partly the effect of the disclosure of a servant preceding a visitor. His greeting of the visitor before edging past and away was, however, of the briefest. It might have implied that they Section 33 of The Awkward Age by Henry James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anna Simon. Book 9th, Vanderbank, Chapter 3. Very different was Mrs. Brook's welcome of the restored wanderer.
to whom in a brief space she addressed every expression of surprise and delight, though marking indeed at last, as a qualification of these things, her regret that he declined to partake of her tea or to allow her to make him what she called snug for a talk in his customary corner of her sofa. He pleaded frankly agitation and embarrassment, reminded her even that he was awfully shy, and that after separations, complications, whatever might at any time happen, he was conscious of the dust that had settled on intercourse and that he couldn't blow away in a single breath. She was only, according to her nature, to indulge him if, while he walked about and changed his place, he came to the surface but in patches and pieces. There was so much he wanted to know that, well, as they had arrived only the night before, she could judge. There was knowledge, it became clear, that Mrs. Brook almost equally craved, so that it even looked at first as if, on either side, confidence might be choked by curiosity. This disaster was finally barred by the fact that the spirit of inquiry found for Mitchy material that was comparatively plastic. That was after all apparent enough when at the end of a few vain passes he brought out sociably, "Well, has he done it?" Still indeed there was something in Mrs. Brook's face that seemed to reply, "Oh come, don't rush it, you know," and something in the movement with which she turned away that described the state of their question as by no means so simple as that. On his refusal of tea she had rung for the removal of the table, and the bell was at this moment answered by the two men. Little ensued then for some minutes while the servants were present. She spoke only as the butler was about to close the door. "If Mr. Longdon presently comes, show him into Mr. Brookenham's room if Mr. Brookenham isn't there. If he is, show him into the dining room, and in either case let me immediately know." The man waited expressionless. "And in case of his asking for Miss Brookenham?" "He won't," she replied with a sharpness before which her interlocutor retired. "He will," she then added in quite another tone to Mitchy. "That is, you know, he perfectly may." But oh, the subtlety of servants, she sighed. Mitchy was now all there. "Mr. Longdon's in town then?" "For the first time since you went away. He's to call this afternoon." "And you want to see him alone?" Mrs. Brook thought. "I don't think I want to see him at all." "Then you're keeping him below?" "Is so that he shan't burst in till I know. It's you, my dear, I want to see." Mitchy glared about. "Well, don't take it ill if, in return for that, I say I myself want to see everyone. I could have done even just now with a little more of Edward." Mrs. Brook, in her own manner and with a slow headshake, looked lovely. "I couldn't." Then she puzzled it out with a pause. "It even does come over me that if you don't mind—" "What, my dear woman?" said Mitchy encouragingly. "Did I ever mind? I assure you," he laughed, "I haven't come back to begin." At this, suddenly dropping everything else, she laid her hand on him. "Mitchy, love, are you happy?" So for a moment they stood confronted. "Not perhaps as you would have tried to make me." "Well, you've still got me, you know." "Oh," said Mitchy, "I've got a great deal. How, if I really look at it, can a man of my peculiar nature, it is, you know, awfully peculiar, not be happy? Think, if one is driven to it, for instance, of the breadth of my sympathies." Mrs. Brook, as a result of thinking, appeared for a little to demur. "Yes, but one mustn't be too much driven to it. It's by one's sympathies that one suffers. If you should do that I couldn't bear it." She clearly evoked from Mitchy a definite image. "It would be funny, wouldn't it? But you wouldn't have to. I'd go off and do it alone somewhere, in a dark room, I think, or on a desert island, at any rate where nobody should see. Where's the harm, moreover," he went on, "of any suffering that doesn't bore one, as I'm sure, however much its outer aspect might amuse some others, mine wouldn't bore me? What I should do in my desert island or my dark room, I feel, would be just to dance about with the thrill of it, which is exactly the exhibition of ludicrous gambols that I would fain have arranged to spare you. I assure you, dear Mrs. Brook," he wound up, "that I'm not in the least bored now. Everything's so interesting." "You're beautiful," she vaguely interposed. But he pursued without heeding. "Was perhaps what you had in your head that I should see him?" She came back but slowly, however, to the moment. "Mr. Longdon? Well, yes. You know he can't bear me." "Yes, yes." Mitchy was almost eager. It had already sent her off again. "You're too lovely. You have come back the same. It seemed to me," she after an instant explained, "that I wanted him to be seen—" "Without inconvenience, as it were, either to himself or to you? Then," said Mitchy, who visibly felt that he had taken her up successfully, "it strikes me that I'm absolutely your man. It's delicious to come back to a use." But she was much more dim about it. "Oh, what you've come back to?" "It's just what I'm trying to get at. Van is still then where I left him?" She was just silent. "Did you really believe he would move?" Mitchy took a few turns, speaking almost with his back presented. "Well, with all the reasons." After which, while she watched him, he was before her again with a question. "It's utterly off?" "When was it ever really on?" "Oh, I know your view, and that, I think," said Mitchy, "is the most extraordinary part of it. I can tell you it would have put me on." "My view?" Mrs. Brook thought. "Have you forgotten that I had for you too a view that didn't?" "Ah, but we didn't differ, you and I. It wasn't a defiance and a prophecy. You wanted me." "I did indeed," Mrs. Brook said simply. "And you didn't want him. For her, I mean. So you risked showing it." She looked surprised. "Did I?" Again they were face to face. "Your candour's divine." She wondered. "Do you mean it was, even then?" Mitchy smiled at her till he was red. "It's exquisite now." "Well," she presently returned, "I knew my Van." "I thought I knew yours too," Mitchy said. Their eyes met a minute, and he added, "But I didn't." Then he exclaimed, "How you've worked it!" She looked barely conscious. "Worked it?" After which, with a slightly sharper note, "How do you know, while you've been amusing yourself in places that I'd give my head to see again but never shall, what I've been doing?" "Well, I saw, you know, that night at Tishy's, just before we left England, your wonderful start. I got a look at your attitude, as it were, and your system." Her eyes were now far away, and she spoke after an instant without moving them. "And didn't I, by the same token, get a look at yours?" "Mine?" Mitchy thought but seemed to doubt. "My dear child, I hadn't any then." "You mean that it has formed itself, your system, since?" He shook his head with decision. "I assure you I'm quite at sea. I've never had, and I have as little as ever now, anything but my general philosophy, which I won't attempt at present to go into, and of which moreover I think you've had first and last your glimpses. What I made out in you that night was a perfect policy." Mrs. Brook had another of her infantine stares. "Everyone that night seems to have made out something. All I can say is, at any rate," she went on, "that in that case you were all far deeper than I was." "It was just a blind instinct, without a programme or a scheme? Perhaps then, since it has so perfectly succeeded, the name doesn't matter. I'm lost, as I tell you," Mitchy declared, "in admiration of its success." She looked as before, so young yet so grave. "What do you call its success?" "Let me ask you rather, mayn't I, what you call its failure?" Mrs. Brook, who had been standing for some minutes, seated herself at this as if to respond to his idea. But the next moment she had fallen back into thought. "Have you often heard from him?" "Never once." "And have you written?" "Not a word either. I left it, you see," Mitchy smiled, "all to you. After which he continued, "Has he been with you much?"
She just hesitated. "As little as possible, but as it happens he was here just now." Her visitor fairly flushed.
"And I've only missed him?"
Her pause again was of the briefest. "You wouldn't if he had gone up."
"Gone up?"
"To Nanda, who has now her own sitting room, as you know, for whom he immediately asked and for whose benefit, whatever you may think, I was at the end of a quarter of an hour, I assure you, perfectly ready to release him. He changed his mind, however, and went away without seeing her."
Mitchy showed the deepest interest. "And what made him change his mind?"
"Well, I'm thinking it out."
He appeared to watch this labour. "But with no light yet?"
"When it comes I'll tell you." He hung fire once more but an instant.
"You didn't yourself work the thing again?"
She rose at this in strange sincerity. "I think, you know, you go very far."
"Why, didn't we just now settle," he promptly replied, "that it's all instinctive and unconscious? If it was so that night at Tishy's—"
"Ah, voyons, voyons," she broke in. "What did I do even then?" He laughed out at something in her tone.
"You'd like it again all pictured?"
"I'm not afraid."
"Why, you just simply, publicly, took her back."
"And where was the monstrosity of that?" "In the one little right place. In your removal of every doubt." "Well, of what?" He had appeared not quite to know how to put it, but he saw at last.
"Why, of what we may still hope to do for her.
Thanks to your care there were specimens." Then she had the look of trying vainly to focus a few.
"I can't recover them one by one," he pursued, "but the whole thing was quite lurid enough to do us all credit."
She met him after a little, but at such an odd point. "Pardon me if I scarcely see how much of the credit was yours. For the first time since I've known you, you went in for decency."
Mitchy's surprise showed as real. "It struck you as decency?"
Since he wished she thought it over. "Oh, your behaviour."
"My behaviour was my condition. Do you call that decent? No, you're quite out." He spoke in his good nature with an approach to reproof. "How can I ever—" But it had already brought her quite round and to a firmer earth than she clearly preferred to tread.
"Are things really bad with you, Mitch?"
"Well, I'll tell you how they are, but not now."
"Some other time? On your honour?"
"You shall have it all. Don't be afraid."
She dimly smiled. "It will be like old times." He rather demurred.
"For you perhaps, but not for me."
In spite of what he said it did hold her, and her hand again almost caressed him. "But till you do tell me, is it very, very dreadful?"
"That's just perhaps what I may have to get you to decide."
"Then shall I help you?"
she eagerly asked. "I think it will be quite in your line."
At the thought of her line, it sounded somehow so general, she released him a little with a sigh, yet still looking round, as it were, for possibilities. "Jane, you know, is in a state."
"Yes, Jane's in a state. That's a comfort."
She continued in a manner to cling to him. "But is it your only one?" He was very kind and patient. "Not perhaps quite." "I'm a little of one."
"My dear child, as you see."
Yes, she saw, but was still on the wing. "And shall you have recourse—"
"To what?" he asked as she appeared to falter.
"I don't mean to anything violent. But shall you tell Nanda?"
Mitchy wondered. "Tell her—"
"Well, everything. I think, you know," Mrs. Brook musingly observed, "that it would really serve her right."
Mitchy's silence, which lasted a minute, seemed to take the idea, but not perhaps quite to know what to do with it. "Ah, I'm afraid I shall never really serve her right." Just as he spoke the butler reappeared, at sight of whom Mrs. Brook immediately guessed. "Mr. Longdon?" "In Mr. Brookenham's room, ma'am. Mr. Brookenham has gone out." "And where has he gone?" "I think, ma'am, only for some evening papers." She had an intense look from Mitchy. Then she said to the man, "Ask him to wait 3 minutes. I'll ring." Turning again to her visitor as soon as they were alone, "You don't know how I'm trusting you." "Trusting me?" "Why, if he comes up to you." Mitchy thought. "Hadn't I better go down?" "No. You may have Edward back. If you see him, you must see him here. If I don't myself, it's for a reason." Mitchy again just sounded her. "His not, as you a while ago hinted?" "Yes, caring for what I say." She had a pause, but she brought it out. "He doesn't believe a word." "Of what you tell him?" Mitchy was splendid. "I see. And you want something said to him?" "Yes, that he'll take from you. Only it's for you," Mrs. Brook went on, "really and honestly, and as I trust you, to give it. But the comfort of you is that you'll do so if you promise." Mitchy was infinitely struck. "But I haven't promised, eh? Of course I can't till I know what it is." "It's to put before him—" "Oh, I see. The situation." "What has happened here today. Van's marked retreat, and how, with the time that has passed, it makes us at last know where we are. You of course for yourself," Mrs. Brook wound up, "see that." "Where we are?" Mitchy took a turn and came back. "But what then did Van come for? If you speak of a retreat there must have been an advance." "Oh," said Mrs. Brook, "he simply wanted not to look too brutal. After so much absence he could come." "Well, if he established that he isn't brutal, where was the retreat?" "In his not going up to Nanda. He came, frankly, to do that, but he made up his mind on second thoughts that he couldn't risk even being civil to her." Mitchy had visibly warmed to his work. "Well, and what made the difference?" She wondered. "What difference?" "Why, of the effect, as you say, of his second thoughts. Thoughts of what?" "Oh," said Mrs. Brook suddenly and as if it were quite simple, "I know that. Suspicions." "And of whom?" "Why, of you, you goose. Of your not having done—" "Well, what?" he persisted as she paused. "How shall I say it? The best thing for yourself, and of Nanda's feeling that. Don't you see?" In the effort of seeing, or perhaps indeed in the full act of it, poor Mitchy glared as never before. "Do you mean Van's jealous of me?" Pressed as she was, there was something in his face that momentarily hushed her. "There it is," she achieved, however, at last. "Of me?" Mitchy went on. What was in his face so suddenly and strangely was the look of rising tears, at sight of which, as from a compunction as prompt, she showed a lovely flush. "There it is, there it is," she repeated. "You ask me for a reason, and it's the only one I see. Of course if you don't care," she added, "he needn't come up. He can go straight to Nanda." Mitchy had turned away again, as with the impulse of hiding the tears that had risen and that had not wholly disappeared even by the time he faced about. "Did Nanda know he was to come?" "Mr. Longdon?" "No, no. Was she expecting Van?" "My dear man," Mrs. Brook mildly wailed, "when can she have not been?" Mitchy looked hard for an instant at the floor. "I mean, does she know he's been and gone?" Mrs. Brook, from where she stood and through the window, looked rather at the sky. "Her father will have told her." "Her father?" Mitchy frankly wondered. "Is he in it?" Mrs. Brook had at this a longer pause. "You assume, I suppose, Mitchy dear," she then quavered, "that I put him up." "Put Edward up?" he broke in. "No, that of course. Put Van up to ideas." He caught it again. "About me? What you call his suspicions?" He seemed to weigh the charge, but it ended, while he passed his hand hard over his eyes, in weariness and in the nearest approach to coldness he had ever shown Mrs. Brook. "It doesn't matter. It's every one's fate to be in one way or another the subject of ideas. Do then," he continued, "let Mr. Longdon come up." She instantly rang the bell. "Then I'll go to Nanda. But don't look frightened," she added as she came back, "as to what we may, Edward or I, do next. It's only to tell her that he'll be with her." "Good. I'll tell Tatton," Mitchy replied. Still, however, she lingered. "Shall you ever care for me more?" He had almost the air, as he waited for her to go, of the master of the house, for she had made herself before him, as he stood with his back to the fire, as humble as a tolerated visitor. "Oh, just as much. Where's the difference? Aren't our ties in fact rather multiplied?" "That's the way I want to feel it. And from the moment you recognise with me—" "Yes?" "Well, that he never, you know, really would." He took her mercifully up. "There's no harm done?" Mitchy thought of it. It made her still hover. "Nanda will be rich. Toward that you can help, and it's really, I may now tell you, what it came into my head you should see our friend here for." He maintained his waiting attitude. "Thanks, thanks." "You're our guardian angel!" she exclaimed. At this he laughed out. "Wait till you see what Mr. Longdon does." But she took no notice. "I want you to see before I go that I've done nothing for myself. Van, after all," she mused. "Well?" "Only hates me. It isn't as with you," she said. "I've really lost him." Mitchy for an instant, with the eyes that had shown his tears, glared away into space. "He can't very positively, you know, now like any of us. He misses a fortune." "There it is," Mrs. Brook once more observed. Then she had a comparative brightness. "I'm so glad YOU don't." He gave another laugh, but she was already facing Mr. Tatton, who had again answered the bell. "Show Mr. Longdon up." "I'm to tell him then it's at your request?" Mitchy asked when the butler had gone. "That you receive him? Oh yes, he'll be the last to quarrel with that. But there's one more thing." It was something over which of a sudden she had one of her returns of anxiety. "I've been trying for months and months to remember to find out from you." "Well, what?" he inquired as she looked odd. "Why, if Harold ever gave back to you, as he swore to me on his honour he would, that £5 note." "But which, dear lady?" The sense of other incongruities than those they had been dealing with seemed to arrive now for Mitchy's aid. "The one that, ages ago, one day when you and Van were here, we had the joke about. You produced it, in sport, as a fine for something, and put it on that table. After which, before I knew what you were about, before I could run after you, you had gone off and ridiculously left it. Of course the next minute, and again before I could turn round, Harold had pounced on it, and I tried in vain to recover it from him. But all I could get him to do—" "Was to promise to return it straight to its owner?" Mitchy had listened so much less in surprise than in amusement that he had apparently after a moment re-established the scene. "Oh, I recollect. He did settle with me. That's all right." She fixed him from the door of the next room. "You got every penny?" "Every penny. But fancy your bringing it up!" "Ah, I always do, you know. Some day." "Yes, you're of a rigour. But be at peace. Harold's quite square," he went on, "and I quite meant to have asked you about him." Mrs. Brook promptly was all for this. "Oh, it's all right." Mitchy came nearer. "Lady Fanny?" "Yes, has stayed for him." "Ah," said Mitchy, "I knew you'd do it. But hush, they're coming."
Section 34 of The Awkward Age by Henry James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anna Simon. Book the 9th, Vanderbank, Chapter 4. 10 minutes of talk with Mr. Longden by Mrs. Brookenham's hearth elapsed for him without his arriving at the right moment to take up the business so richly put before him in his previous interview. No less time indeed could have sufficed to bring him into closer relation with this affair, and nothing at first could have been more marked than the earnestness of his care not to show impatience of appeals that were, for a person of his old friend's general style, simple recognitions and decencies. There was a limit to the mere allusiveness with which, in Mr. Longden's school of manners, a foreign tour might be treated, and Mitchy, no doubt, plentifully showed that none of his frequent returns had encountered a curiosity at once so explicit and so discreet. To belong to a circle in which most of the members might be at any moment on the other side of the globe was inevitably to fall into the habit of few questions, as well as into that of making up for their fewness by their freedom. This interlocutor, in short, while Mrs. Brook's representative privately thought over all he had in hand, went at some length and very charmingly, since it was but a tribute to common courtesy, into the Virgilian associations of the Bay of Naples. Finally, however, he started, his eye having turned to the clock. "I'm afraid that, though our hostess doesn't appear, I mustn't forget myself. I too came back but yesterday, and I've an engagement, for which I'm already late, with Miss Brookenham, who has been so good as to ask me to tea." The divided mind, the expressed civility, the decent Miss Brookenham, the escape from their hostess, these were all things Mitchy could quickly take in, and they gave him in a moment his light for not missing his occasion. I see. I shall make you keep Nanda waiting. But there's something I shall ask you to take from me quite as a sufficient basis for that, which is simply that after all, you know, for I think you do know, don't you, I'm nearly as much attached to her as you are." Mr. Longden had looked certainly apprehensive and even a trifle embarrassed, but he spoke with due presence of mind. "Of course I understand that perfectly. If you hadn't liked her so much—" "Well," said Mitchy, as he checked himself, "I would never, last year, have gone to stay with you." "Thank you," Mitchy laughed. "Though I like you also, and extremely," Mr. Longden gravely pursued, "for yourself." Mitchy made a sign of acknowledgement. "You like me better for her than you do for anybody else but myself." "You put it, I think, correctly. Of course I've not seen so much of Nanda, if between my age and hers, that is, any real contact is possible, without knowing that she now regards you as one of the very best of her friends, treating you, I find myself suspecting, with a degree of confidence—" Mitchy gave a laugh of interruption. "That she doesn't show even to you?" Mr. Longden's poised glasses faced him. "Even. I don't mind, as the opportunity has come up, telling you frankly, and as from my time of life to your own, all the comfort I take in the sense that in any case of need or trouble she might look to you for whatever advice or support the crisis should demand." "She has told you she feels I'd be there?" Mitchy after an instant asked. "I'm not sure," his friend replied, "that I ought quite to mention anything she has told me. I speak of what I've made out myself." "Then I thank you more than I can say for your penetration. Her mother, I should let you know," Mitchy continued, "is with her just now." Mr. Longden took off his glasses with a jerk. "Has anything happened to her?" "To account for the fact I refer to?" Mitchy said in amusement at his start. "She's not ill that I know of, thank goodness, and she hasn't broken her leg. But something none the less has happened to her. That I think I may say. To tell you all in a word, it's the reason, such as it is, of my being here to meet you. Mrs. Brook asked me to wait. She'll see you herself some other time." Mr. Longden wondered. "And Nanda too?" "Oh, that must be between yourselves.
Only while I keep you here—" "She understands my delay?" Mitchy thought. "Mrs. Brook must have explained." Then, as his companion took this in silence, "But you don't like it?" he asked. "It only comes to me that Mrs. Brook's explanations—" "Are often so odd? Oh yes. But Nanda, you know, allows for that oddity, and Mrs. Brook, by the same token," Mitchy developed, "knows herself, no one better, what may frequently be thought of it. That's precisely the reason of her desire that you should have on this occasion explanations from a source that she's so good as to pronounce, for the immediate purpose, superior. As for Nanda," he wound up, "to be aware that we're here together won't strike her as so bad a sign." "No," Mr. Longdon attentively assented. "She'll hardly fear we're plotting her ruin. But what then has happened to her?" "Well," said Mitchy, "it's you, I think, who will have to give it a name. I know you know what I've known." Mr. Longdon, his nippers again in place, hesitated. "Yes, I know." "And you've accepted it?" "How could I help it? To reckon with such cleverness—" "Was beyond you? Ah, it wasn't my cleverness," Mitchy said. "There's a greater than mine. There's a greater even than Van's. That's the whole point," he went on while his friend looked at him hard. "You don't even like it just a little?" Mr. Longdon wondered. "The existence of such an element?" "No, the existence, simply, of my knowledge of your idea." "I suppose I'm bound to keep in mind, in fairness, the existence of my own knowledge of yours." But Mitchy gave that the go by. "Oh, I've so many ideas. I'm always getting hold of some new one, and for the most part trying it, generally to let it go as a failure. Yes, I had one 6 months ago. I tried that. I'm trying it still." "Then I hope," said Mr. Longdon with a gaiety slightly strained, "that, contrary to your usual rule, it's a success." It was a gaiety, for that matter, that Mitchy's could match. "It does promise well. But I've another idea even now, and it's just what I'm again trying." "On me?" Mr. Longdon still somewhat extravagantly smiled. Mitchy thought. "Well, on 2 or 3 persons of whom you are the first for me to tackle. But what I must begin with is having from you that you recognise she trusts us." Mitchy's idea, after an instant, had visibly gone further. "Both of them. The 2 women up there at present so strangely together. Mrs. Brook must too, immensely. But for that you won't care." Mr. Longdon had relapsed into an anxiety more natural than his expression of a moment before. "It's about time. But if Nanda didn't trust us," he went on, "her case would indeed be a sorry one. She has nobody else to trust." "Yes," Mitchy's concurrence was grave. "Only you and me." "Only you and me." The eyes of the 2 men met over it in a pause terminated at last by Mitchy's saying: "We must make it all up to her." "Is that your idea?" "Ah," said Mitchy gently, "don't laugh at it." His friend's grey gloom again covered him. "But what can—" Then as Mitchy showed a face that seemed to wince with a silent "What could?" the old man completed his objection. "Think of the magnitude of the loss." "Oh I don't for a moment suggest," Mitchy hastened to reply, "that it isn't immense." "She does care for him, you know," said Mr. Longdon. Mitchy, at this, gave a wide prolonged glare. "No?" he ever so delicately murmured. His irony had quite touched. "But of course you know. You know everything. Nanda and you." There was a tone in it that moved a spring, and Mitchy laughed out. "I like your putting me with her. But we're all together. With Nanda," he next added, "it IS deep." His companion took it from him. "Deep." "And yet somehow it isn't abject." The old man wondered. "Abject?"
I mean, it isn't pitiful. In its way," Mitchy developed, "it's happy." This too, though rather ruefully, Mr. Longdon could take from him. "Yes, in its way." "Any passion so great, so complete," Mitchy went on, "is, satisfied or unsatisfied, a life." Mr. Longdon looked so interested that his fellow visitor, evidently stirred by what was now an appeal and a dependence, grew still more bland, or at least more assured, for affirmation. "She's not too sorry for herself?" "Ah, she's so proud." "Yes, but that's a help." "Oh, not for us." It arrested Mitchy, but his ingenuity could only rebound. "In one way, that of reducing us to feel that the desire to make up to her is, well, mainly for our relief. If she trusts us, as I said just now, it isn't for that she does so." As his friend appeared to wait then to hear, it was presently with positive joy that he showed he could meet the last difficulty. "What she trusts us to do" oh, Mitchy had worked it out "is to let him off." "Let him off?" It still left Mr. Longdon dim. "Easily. That's all." "But what would letting him off hard be? It seems to me he's, on any terms, already beyond us. He is off." Mr. Longdon had given it a sound that suddenly made Mitchy appear to collapse under a sharper sense of the matter. "He is off," he moodily echoed. His companion, again a little bewildered, watched him. Then, with impatience, "Do, please, tell me what has happened." He quickly pulled himself round. "Well, he was, after a long absence, here a while since, as if expressly to see her. But after spending half an hour he went away without it." Mr. Longdon's watch continued. "He spent the half hour with her mother instead?" "Oh, instead, it was hardly that. He at all events dropped his idea." "And what had it been, his idea?" "You speak as if he had as many as I," Mitchy replied. "In a manner indeed he has," he continued as if for himself. "But they're of a different kind," he said to Mr. Longdon. "What had it been, his idea?" the old man, however, simply repeated. Mitchy's confession at this seemed to explain his previous evasion. "We shall never know." Mr. Longdon hesitated. "He won't tell you?" "Me?" Mitchy had a pause. "Less than any one." Many things they had not spoken had already passed between them, and something, evidently, to the sense of each, passed during the moment that followed this. "While you were abroad," Mr. Longdon presently asked, "did you hear from him?" "Never. And I wrote nothing." "Like me," said Mr. Longdon. "I've neither written nor heard." "Ah, but with you it will be different." Mr. Longdon, as if with the outbreak of an agitation hitherto controlled, had turned abruptly away and, with the usual swing of his glass, begun almost wildly to wonder. "You will hear." "I shall be curious." "Oh, but what Nanda wants, you know, is that you shouldn't be too much so." Mr. Longdon thoughtfully rambled. "Too much?" "To let him off, as we were saying, easily." The elder man for a while said nothing more, but he at last came back. "She'd like me actually to give him something?" "I dare say." "Money?" Mitchy smiled. "A handsome present." They were face to face again with more mute interchange. "She doesn't want him to have lost." Mr. Longdon, however, on this once more broke off, while Mitchy's eyes followed him. "Doesn't it give a sort of measure of what she may feel?" He had paused, working it out again with the effect of his friend's returning afresh to be fed with his light. "Doesn't what give it?" "Why, the fact that we still like him." Mr. Longdon stared. "Do you still like him?"
If I didn't, how should I mind?" But on the utterance of it Mitchy fairly pulled up. His companion, after another look, laid a mild hand on his shoulder. "What is it you mind?" From him? Oh, nothing. He could trust himself again. There are people like that, great cases of privilege. "He is one," Mr. Longdon mused. "There it is. They go through life somehow guaranteed. They can't help pleasing." "Ah," Mr. Longdon murmured, "if it hadn't been for that." "They hold, they keep every one," Mitchy went on. "It's the sacred terror." The companions for a little seemed to stand together in this element, after which the elder turned once more away and appeared to continue to walk in it. "Poor Nanda," then in a far-off sigh came across from him to Mitchy. Mitchy on this turned vaguely round to the fire, into which he remained gazing till he heard again Mr. Longdon's voice. "I knew it of course after all. It was what I came up to town for. That night, before you went abroad, at Mrs. Grendon's." "Yes?" Mitchy was with him again. "Well, made me see the future. It was then already too late." Mitchy assented with emphasis. Too late. She was spoiled for him. If Mr. Longdon had to take it, he took it at least quietly, only saying after a time, "And her mother isn't?" "Oh yes, quite." "And does Mrs. Brook know it?" "Yes, but doesn't mind. She resembles you and me. She still likes him." "But what good will that do her?" Mitchy sketched a shrug. "What good does it do us?" Mr. Longdon thought. "We can at least respect ourselves." "Can we?" Mitchy smiled. "And he can respect us," his friend, as if not hearing him, went on. Mitchy seemed almost to demur. "He must think we're rum." "Well, Mrs. Brook's worse than rum. He can't respect her." "Oh that will be perhaps," Mitchy laughed, "what she'll get just most out of." It was the first time of Mr. Longdon's showing that even after a minute he had not understood him, so that as quickly as possible he passed to another point. "If you do anything, may I be in it?" "But what can I do? If it's over, it's over." "For him, yes. But not for her, or for you or for me." "Oh I'm not for long," the old man wearily said, turning the next moment to the door, at which one of the footmen had appeared. "Mrs. Brookenham's compliments, please, sir," this messenger articulated. "And Miss Brookenham is now alone." "Thanks. I'll come up." The servant withdrew, and the eyes of the two visitors again met for a minute, after which Mitchy looked about for his hat. "Good-bye. I'll go." Mr. Longdon watched him while, having found his hat, he looked about for his stick. "You want to be in everything?" Mitchy, without answering, smoothed his hat down. Then he replied, "You say you're not for long, but you won't abandon her." "Oh, I mean I shan't last forever." "Well, since you so express it yourself, that's what I mean too. I assure you I shan't desert her. And if I can help you—" "Help me?" Mr. Longdon interrupted, looking at him hard. It made him a little awkward. "Help you to help her, you know." "You're very wonderful," Mr. Longdon presently returned. "A year and a half ago you wanted to help me to help Mr. Vanderbank." "Well," said Mitchy, "you can't quite say I haven't." "But your ideas of help are of a splendour." "Oh I've told you about my ideas." Mitchy was almost apologetic. Mr. Longdon had a pause. "I suppose I'm not indiscreet then in recognising your marriage as one of them, and that, with a responsibility so great already assumed, you appear fairly eager for another."
Makes me out a kind of monster of benevolence." Mitchy looked at it with a flushed face. "The two responsibilities are very much one and the same. My marriage has brought me, as it were, only nearer to Nanda. My wife and she, don't you see, are particular friends." Mr. Longdon, on his side, turned a trifle pale. He looked rather hard at the floor. "I see. I see." Then he raised his eyes. "But to an old fellow like me, it's all so strange." "It is strange." Mitchy spoke very kindly. "But it's all right." Mr. Longdon gave a headshake that was both sad and sharp. "It's all wrong. But Section 35 of The Awkward Age by Henry James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anna Simon. Book 10th, Nanda, Chapter 1. Nanda Brookenham, for a fortnight after Mr. Longdon's return, had found much to think of, but the bustle of business became, visibly for us, particularly great with her on a certain Friday afternoon in June. She was in unusual possession of that chamber of comfort in which so much of her life had lately been passed, the redecorated and rededicated room upstairs, in which she had enjoyed a due measure both of solitude and of society. Passing the objects about her in review, she gave especial attention to her rather marked wealth of books, changed repeatedly for 5 minutes the position of various volumes, transferred to tables those that were on shelves, and rearranged shelves with an eye to the effect of backs. She was flagrantly engaged throughout indeed in the study of effect, which, moreover, had the law of an extreme freshness not inveterately prevailed there, might have been observed to be traceable in the very detail of her own appearance. Company, in short, was in the air, and expectation in the picture. The flowers on the little tables bloomed with the consciousness sharply taken up by the glitter of knick-knacks and reproduced in turn in the light exuberance of cushions on sofas and the measured drop of blinds in windows. The numerous photographed friends in particular were highly prepared, with small intense faces, each, that happened in every case to be turned to the door. The pair of eyes most dilated perhaps was that of old Van, present under a polished glass and in a frame of gilt-edged morocco that spoke out across the room of Piccadilly and Christmas, and visibly widening his gaze at the opening of the door, at the announcement of a name by a footman, and at the entrance of a gentleman remarkably like him, save as the resemblance was, on the gentleman's part, flattered. Vanderbank had not been in the room 10 seconds before he showed ever so markedly that he had arrived to be kind. Kindness therefore becomes for us, by a quick turn of the glass that reflects the whole scene, the high pitch of the concert, a kindness that almost immediately filled the place, to the exclusion of everything else, with a familiar friendly voice, a brightness of good looks and good intentions, a constant, though perhaps sometimes misapplied, laugh, a superabundance almost of interest in attention and movement. The first thing the young man said was that he was tremendously glad she had written. "I think it was most particularly nice of you." And this thought precisely seemed, as he spoke, a flower of the general bloom, as if the niceness he had brought in was so great that it straightway converted everything to its image. "The only thing that upset me a little," he went on, "was your saying that before writing it you had so hesitated and waited. I hope very much, you know, that you'll never do anything of that kind again. If you've ever the slightest desire to see me, for no matter what reason, if there's ever the smallest thing of any sort that I can do for you, I promise you I shan't easily forgive you if you stand on ceremony. It seems to me that when people have known each other as long as you and I, there's one comfort at least they may treat themselves to. I mean, of course," Van developed, "that of being easy and frank and natural. There are such a lot of relations in which one isn't, in which it doesn't pay,
in which ease in fact would be the greatest of troubles and nature the greatest of falsities. However," he continued while he suddenly got up to change the place in which he had put his hat, "I don't really know why I am preaching at such a rate, for I have a perfect consciousness of not myself requiring it. One does half the time preach more or less for oneself, eh? I am not mistaken at all events, I think, about the right thing with you. And a hint's enough for you, I'm sure, on the right thing with me." He had been looking all round while he talked and had twice shifted his seat, so that it was quite in consonance with his general admiring notice that the next impression he broke out with should have achieved some air of relevance. "What extraordinarily lovely flowers you have, and how charming you've made everything. You're always doing something. Women are always changing the position of their furniture. If one happens to come in the dark, no matter how well one knows the place, one sits down on a hat or a puppy dog. But of course you'll say one doesn't come in the dark, or at least, if one does, deserves what one gets. Only you know the way some women keep their rooms. I'm bound to say you don't, do you? You don't go in for flower pots in the windows and half a dozen blinds. Why should you? You have got a lot to show." He rose with this for the third time, as the better to command the scene. "What I mean is that sofa, which by the way is awfully good. You do, my dear Nanda, go it. It certainly was here the last time, wasn't it? And this thing was there. The last time. I mean the last time I was up here was fearfully long ago. When, by the way, was it? But you see, I have been, and that I remember it. And you've a lot more things now. You're laying up treasure. Really, the increase of luxury. What an awfully jolly lot of books. Have you read them all? Where did you learn so much about bindings?" He continued to talk. He took things up and put them down. Nanda sat in her place, where her stillness, fixed and colourless, contrasted with his rather flushed freedom, and appeared only to wait, half in surprise, half in surrender, for the flow of his suggestiveness to run its course, so that, having herself provoked the occasion, she might do a little more to meet it. It was by no means, however, that his presence in any degree ceased to prevail, for there were minutes during which her face, the only thing in her that moved, turning with his turns and following his glances, actually had a look inconsistent with anything but submission to almost any accident. It might have expressed a desire for his talk to last and last, an acceptance of any treatment of the hour, or any version, or want of version, of her act that would best suit his ease, even in fact a resigned provision of the occurrence of something that would leave her, quenched and blank, with the appearance of having made him come simply that she might look at him. She might indeed well have been aware of an inability to look at him little enough to make it flagrant that she had appealed to him for something quite different. Keeping the situation meanwhile thus in his hands, he recognized over the chimney a new alteration. There used to be a big print, wasn't there? A thing of the 50s. We had lots of them at home. Some place or other in the olden time. Now there's that lovely French glass. So you see. He spoke as if she had in some way gainsaid him, whereas he had not left her time even to answer a question. But he broke out anew on the beauty of her flowers. You have awfully good ones. Where do you get them? Flowers and pictures and what are the other things people have when they're happy and superior? Books and birds. You ought to have a bird or two. Though I dare say you think that by the noise I make I'm as good myself as a dozen. Isn't there some girl in some story? It isn't Scott. What is it? Who had domestic difficulties and a cage in her window, and whom one associates with chickweed and virtue. It isn't Esmeralda. Esmeralda had a poodle, hasn't she? Or have I got my heroines mixed? You're up here yourself like a heroine. You're perched in your tower, or what do you call it, your bower. You quite hang over the place, you know, the great wicked city, the wonderful London sky and the monuments looming through. Or am I again only muddling up my Zola? You must have the sunsets, haven't you? No, what am I talking about? Of course, you look north. Well, they strike me as about the only thing you haven't. At the same time, it's not only because I envy you that I feel humiliated. I ought to have sent you some flowers." He smote himself with horror, throwing back his head with a sudden thought. Why in goodness, when I got your note, didn't I for once in my life do something really graceful? I simply liked it and answered it. Here I am. But I've brought nothing. I haven't even brought a box of sweets. I'm not a man of the world.
"Most of the flowers here," Nanda at last said, "come from Mr. Longdon. Don't you remember his garden?"
Vanderbank, in quick response, called it up. "Dear, yes. Wasn't it charming? And that morning you and I spent there." He was so careful to be easy about it. Talking under the trees.
"You had gone out to be quiet and read."
"And you came out to look after me. Well, I remember," Van went on, "that we had some good talk." The talk, Nanda's face implied, had become dim to her, but there were other things.
"You know he's a great gardener. I mean really one of the greatest. His garden's like a dinner in a house where the person of the house, thoroughly knows and cares."
"I see. And he sends you dishes from the table?"
"Often. Every week. It comes to the same thing. Now that he's in town his gardener does it."
"Charming of them both," Vanderbank exclaimed. But his gardener, that extraordinarily tall fellow with the long red beard, was almost as nice as himself. I had talks with him too, and remember every word he said. I remember he told me you asked questions that showed a deal of study. But I thought I'd never seen all round such a charming lot of people. I mean as those down there that our friend has got about him. It's an awfully good note for a man, pleasant servants, I always think, don't you? Mr. Longdon's, and quite without their saying anything, just from the sort of type and manner they had, struck me as a kind of chorus of praise. The same with Mitchy's at Myrtle, I remember," Van rambled on. "Mitchy's the sort of chap who might have awful ones, but I recollect telling him that one quite felt as if it were with them one had come to stay. Good note, he cheerfully repeated. "I'm bound to say, you know," he continued in this key, "that you've a jolly sense for getting in with people who make you comfortable. Then, by the way, he's still in town?" Nanda waited.
"Do you mean Mr. Mitchy?"
"Oh, he is, I know. I met them 2 nights ago. And by the way again, don't let me forget, I want to speak to you about his wife. But I've not seen, do you know, Mr. Longdon, which is really too awful. Twice, thrice, I think, have I at moments like this one snatched myself from pressure, but there's no finding the old demon at any earthly hour. When do you go? Or does he only come here? Of course I see you've got the place arranged for him. When I asked at his hotel at what hour he ever is in, blessed if the fellow didn't say, 'Very often, sir, about 10. And when I said, 10 p.m., he quite laughed at my innocence over a person of such habits. What are his habits then now, and what are you putting him up to? Seriously," Vanderbank pursued, "I am awfully sorry, and I wonder if, the first time you've a chance, you'd kindly tell him you've heard me say so, and that I mean yet to run him to earth. The same really with the dear Mitchys. I didn't somehow, the other night, in such a lot of people, get at them. But I sat opposite to Aggie all through dinner, and that puts me in mind. I should like volumes from you about Aggie, please. It's too revolting of me not to go to see her, but every one knows I'm busy. We're up to our necks."
"I can't tell you," said Nanda, "how kind I think it of you to have found, with all you have to do, a moment for this. But please, without delay, let me tell you."
Practically, however, he would let her tell him nothing. His almost aggressive friendly optimism clung so to references of short range. "Don't mention it, please. It's too charming of you to squeeze me in. To see you, moreover, does me good. Quite distinct good. And your writing me touched me. Oh, but really. There were all sorts of old things in it." Then he broke out once more on her books, one of which for some minutes past he had held in his hand. I see you go in for sets. And my dear child, upon my word, I see big sets. What's this? Volume 23, The British Poets. Volume 23 is delightful. Do tell me about Volume 23. Are you doing much in the British Poets? But when the deuce, you wonderful being, do you find time to read? I don't find any. It's too hideous. One relapses in London into such illiteracy and barbarism. I have to keep up a false glitter to hide in conversation my rapidly increasing ignorance. I should be so ashamed, after all, to see other people not shocked by it. But teach me, he gaily went on.
The British Poets, Nanda immediately answered, were given me by Mr. Longdon, who has given me all the good books I have, except a few, those in that top row, that have been given me at different times by Mr. Mitchy. Mr. Mitchy has sent me flowers too, as well as Mr. Longdon, and they're both, since we've spoken of my seeing them, coming by appointment this afternoon. Not together, but Mr. Mitchy at 5:30 and Mr. Longdon at 6:30. She had spoken as with conscious promptitude, making up for what she had not yet succeeded in saying by a quick, complete statement of her case. She was evidently also going on with more, but her actual visitor had already taken her up with a laugh. "You are making a day of it, and you run us like railway trains." He looked at his watch. "Have I then time?" "It seems to me I should say, have I? But it's not 4:30, Nanda went on, and though I've something very particular of course to say to you, it won't take long. They don't bring tea till 5, and you must surely stay till that. I'd already written to you when they each, for the same reason, proposed this afternoon. They go out of town tomorrow for Sunday." "Oh, I see, and they have to see you first. What an influence you exert, you know, on people's behaviour." She continued as literal as her friend was facetious. "Well, it just happened so, and it didn't matter since, on my asking you, don't you know, to choose your time, you had taken, as suiting you best, this comparatively early hour." "Oh, perfectly." But he again had his watch out. "I've a job, perversely, that was my reason, on the other side of the world, which, by the way, I'm afraid, won't permit me to wait for tea. My tea doesn't matter." The watch went back to his pocket. "I'm sorry to say I must be off before 5. It has been delightful at all events to see you again." He was on his feet as he spoke, and though he had been half the time on his feet, his last words gave the effect of his moving almost immediately to the door. It appeared to come out with them rather clearer than before that he was embarrassed enough really to need help, and it was doubtless the measure she after an instant took of this that enabled Nanda, with a quietness all her own, to draw to herself a little more of the situation. The quietness was plainly determined for her by a quick vision of its being the best assistance she could show. Had he an inward terror that explained his superficial nervousness, the incoherence of a loquacity designed, it would seem, to check in each direction her advance? He only fed it in that case by allowing his precautionary benevolence to put him in so much deeper. Where indeed could he have supposed she wanted to come out, and what that she could ever do for him would really be so beautiful as this present chance to smooth his confusion and add as much as possible to that refined satisfaction with himself which would proceed from his having dealt with a difficult hour in a gallant and delicate way? To force upon him an awkwardness was like forcing a disfigurement or a hurt, so that at the end of a minute, during which the expression of her face became a kind of uplifted view of her opportunity, she arrived at the appearance of having changed places with him and of their being together precisely in order that he, Section 36 of The Awkward Age by Henry James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anna Simon. Book the 10th, Nanda, Chapter 2. "But surely you're not going already?" she asked.
Why in the world then do you suppose I appeal to you?" "Bless me, no. I've lots of time." He dropped, laughing for very eagerness, straight into another chair. "You're too awfully interesting. Is it really an appeal?" Putting the question indeed he could scarce even yet allow her a chance to answer it. "It's only that you make me a little nervous with your account of all the people who are going to tumble in. And there's one thing more," he quickly went on. "I just want to make the point in case we should be interrupted. The whole fun is in seeing you this way, alone." "Is that the point?" Nanda, as he took breath, gravely asked. "That's a part of it. I feel it, I assure you, to be charming. But what I meant, if you'd only give me time, you know, to put in a word, is what for that matter I've already told you, that it almost spoils my pleasure for you to keep reminding me that a bit of luck like this, luck for me, I see you coming, is after all for you but a question of business. Hang business. Good. Don't stab me with that paper knife. I listen. What is the great affair?" Then, as it looked for an instant as if the words she had prepared were just, in the supreme pinch of her need, falling apart, he once more tried his advantage. "Oh, if there's any difficulty about it, let it go. We'll take it for granted. There's one thing at any rate, do let me say this, that I should like you to keep before me. I want, before I go, to make you light up for me the question of little Aggie. Oh, there are other questions too, as to which I regard you as a perfect fountain of curious knowledge. However, we'll take them one by one, the next some other time. You always seem to me to hold the strings of such a lot of queer little dramas. Have something on the shelf for me when we meet again. The thing just now is the outlook for Mitchy's affair. One cares enough for old Mitch to fancy one may feel safer for a lead or two. In fact, I want regularly to turn you on." "Ah, but the thing I happen to have taken it into my head to say to you," Nanda now securely enough replied, "hasn't the least bit to do, I assure you, either with Aggie or with old Mitch. If you don't want to hear it, want some way of getting off, please believe they won't help you a bit." It was quite in fact that she felt herself at last to have found the right tone. Nothing less than a conviction of this could have made her after an instant add: "What in the world, Mr. Van, are you afraid of?" Well, that it was the right tone a single little minute was sufficient to prove. A minute, I must yet haste to say, big enough, in spite of its smallness, to contain the longest look on any occasion exchanged between these friends. It was one of those looks, not so frequent it must be admitted, as the muse of history, dealing at best in short cuts, is often by the conditions of her trade reduced to representing them, which after they have come and gone are felt not only to have changed relations, but absolutely to have cleared the air. It certainly helped Vanderbank to find his answer. "I'm only afraid, I think, of your conscience." He had been indeed for the space more helped than she. "My conscience?" "Think it over, quite at your leisure, and some day you'll understand. There's no hurry," he continued. "No hurry. And when you do understand, it needn't make your existence a burden to you to fancy you must tell me." Oh, he was so kind, kinder than ever now. "The thing is, you see, that I haven't a conscience. I only want my fun." They had on this a second look, also decidedly comfortable, though discounted, as the phrase is, by the other, which had really in its way exhausted the possibilities of looks. "Oh, I want my fun too," said Nanda, "and little as it may strike you in some ways as looking like it, just this, I beg you to believe, is the real thing. What's at the bottom of it," she went on, "is a talk I had not long ago with mother." "Oh yes," Van returned with brightly blushing interest. "The fun," he laughed, "that's to be got out of mother." "Oh, I'm not thinking so much of that. I'm thinking of any that she herself may be still in a position to pick up. Mine now, don't you see, is in making out how I can manage for this." "Of course it's rather difficult," the girl pursued, "for me to tell you exactly what I mean." "Oh, but it isn't a bit difficult for me to understand you." Vanderbank spoke in his geniality as if this were in fact the veriest trifle. "You've got your mother on your mind. That's very much what I mean by your conscience." Nanda had a fresh hesitation, but evidently unaccompanied at present by any pain. "Don't you still like mamma?" she at any rate quite successfully brought out. "I must tell you," she quickly subjoined, "that though I've mentioned my talk with her as having finally led to my writing to you, it isn't in the least that she then suggested my putting you the question. I put it," she explained, "quite off my own bat." The explanation, as an effect immediately produced, did proportionally much for the visitor, who sat back in his chair with a pleased, a distinctly exhilarated, sense both of what he himself and what Nanda had done. "You're an adorable family." "Well then, if mother's adorable, why give her up?" This, I don't mind admitting she did the day I speak of, let me see that she feels you've done. But without suggesting either, not a scrap, please believe, that I should make you any sort of scene about it. Of course, in the first place, she knows perfectly that anything like a scene would be no use. You couldn't make out even if you wanted," Nanda went on, "that this is one. She won't hear us, will she, smashing the furniture? I didn't think for a while that I could do anything at all, and I worried myself with that idea half to death. Then suddenly it came to me that I could do just what I'm doing now. You said a while ago that we must never be, you and I, anything but frank and natural. That's what I said to myself also. Why not? Here I am for you, therefore, as natural as a cold in your head. I just ask you. I even press you. It's because, as she said, you've practically ceased coming. Of course I know everything changes. It's the law. What is it? The great law of something or other. All sorts of things happen. Things come to an end. She has more or less, by his marriage, lost Mitchy. I don't want her to lose everything. Do stick to her. What I really wanted to say to you, to bring it straight out, is that I don't believe you thoroughly know how awfully she likes you. I hope my saying such a thing doesn't affect you as immodest. One never knows, but I don't much care if it does. I suppose it would be immodest if I were to say that I verily believe she's in love with you. Not, for that matter, that father would mind. He wouldn't mind, as he says, a twopenny rap. So," she extraordinarily kept it up, "you're welcome to any good the information may have for you, though that, I dare say, does sound hideous. No matter, if I produce any effect on you. That's the only thing I want. When I think of her downstairs, there so often nowadays practically alone, I feel as if I could scarcely bear it. She's so fearfully young." This time at least her speech, while she went from point to point, completely hushed him, though after a full glimpse of the direction it was taking he ceased to meet her eyes and only sat staring hard at the pattern of the rug. Even when at last he spoke it was without looking up. "You're indeed, as she herself used to say, the modern daughter. It takes that type to wish to make a career for her parents." "Oh," said Nanda very simply, "it isn't a career exactly, is it? Keeping hold of an old friend? But it may console a little, mayn't it, for the absence of one? At all events, I didn't want not to have spoken before it's too late. Of course I don't know what's the matter between you, or if anything's really the matter at all. I don't care at any rate what is. It can't be anything very bad. Make it up. Make it up. Forget it. I don't pretend that it's a career for you any more than for her. But there it is. I know how I sound, most patronizing and pushing. But nothing venture, nothing have. You can't know how much you are to her. You're more to her, I verily believe, than anyone ever was. I hate to have the appearance of plotting anything about her behind her back, so I'll just say it once for all. She said once, in speaking of it to a person who repeated it to me, that you had done more for her than anyone, because it was you who had really brought her out. It was. You did. I saw it at the time myself. I was very small, but I could see it. You'll say I must have been a most uncanny little wretch, and I dare say I was, and am keeping now the pleasant promise. That doesn't prevent one's feeling that when a person has brought a person out—" "A person should take the consequences," Vanderbank broke in, "and see a person through." He could meet her now perfectly, and proceeded admirably to do it. "There's an immense deal in that, I admit. I am bound to say I don't know quite what I did. One does those things, no doubt, with a fine unconsciousness. I should have thought indeed it was the other way round. But I assure you I accept all consequences and all responsibilities. If you don't know what's the matter between us, I'm sure I don't either. It can't be much. We'll look into it. I don't mean you and I. You mustn't be any more worried. But she and her so unwittingly faithless one. I haven't been as often, I know." Van pleasantly kept his course. "But there's a tide in the affairs of men, and of women too, and of girls, and of everyone. You know what I mean. You know it for yourself. The great thing is that, bless both your hearts, one doesn't, one simply can't if one would, give your mother up. It's absurd to talk about it. Nobody ever did such a thing in his life. There she is, like the moon or the Marble Arch. I don't say, mind you," he candidly explained, "that everyone likes her equally. That's another affair. But no one who ever has liked her can afford ever again for any long period to do without her. There are too many stupid people, there's too much dull company. That in London is to be had by the ton. Your mother's intelligence, on the other hand, will always have its price. One can talk with her for a change. She's fine, fine, fine. So, my dear child, be quiet. She's a fixed star." "Oh, I know she is," Nanda said. "It's you." "Who may be only the flashing meteor?" he said and smiled at her. "I promise you then that your words have stayed me in my course. You've made me stand as still as Joshua made the sun." With which he got straight up. "Young, you say she is?" For as if to make up for it he all the more sociably continued. "It's not like anything else. She's youth. She's my youth. She was mine. And if you ever have a chance," he wound up, "do put in for me that if she wants really to know, she's booked for my old age. She's clever enough, you know," and Vanderbank, laughing, went over for his hat, "to understand what you tell her." Nanda took this in with due attention. She was also now on her feet. "And then she's so lovely." "Awfully pretty." "I don't say it, as they say, you know," the girl continued, "because she's mother. But I often think, when we're out, that wherever she is—" "There's no one that all round really touches her?" Vanderbank took it up with zeal. "Oh, so everyone thinks. And in fact one's appreciation of the charming things in that way so intensely her own can scarcely breathe on them all lightly enough. And then, hang it, she has perceptions, which are not things that run about the streets. She has surprises." He almost broke down for vividness. "She has little ways." "Well, I'm glad you do like her," Nanda gravely replied. At this again he fairly faced her, his momentary silence making it still more direct. "I like, you know, about as well as I ever liked anything, this wonderful idea of yours of putting in a plea for her solitude and her youth. Don't think I do it injustice if I say, which is saying much, that it's quite as charming as it's amusing. And now, good-bye." He had put out his hand, but Nanda hesitated. "You won't wait for tea?" "My dear child, I can't." He seemed to feel, however, that something more must be said. "We shall meet again. But it's getting on, isn't it, toward the general scatter?" "Yes, and I hope that this year," she answered, "you'll have a good holiday." "Oh, we shall meet before that. I shall do what I can, but upon my word I feel, you know, he laughed, "that such a tuning up as you've given me will last me a long time. It's like the high Alps." Then with his hand out again he added, "Have you any plans yourself?" So many, it might have seemed, that she had no time to take for thinking of them. "I dare say I shall be away a good deal." He candidly wondered. "With Mr. Longdon?" "Yes, with him most." He had another pause. "Really for a long time?" "A long, long one, I hope." "Your mother's willing again?" "Oh, perfectly. And you see that's why." "Why?" She had said nothing more, and he failed to understand. "Why you mustn't too much leave her alone. Don't," Nanda brought out. "I won't. But," he presently added, "there are one or two things." "Well, what are they?" He produced in some seriousness the first. "Won't she after all see the Mitchys?" "Not so much either. That of course is now very different." Vanderbank demurred. "But not for you, I gather, is it? Don't you expect to see them?" "Oh yes, I hope they'll come down." He moved away a little, not straight to the door. "To Beccles? Funny place for them, a little though, isn't it?" He had put the question as if for amusement, but Nanda took it literally. "Ah, not when they're invited so very, very charmingly. Not when he wants them so." "Mr. Longdon? Then that keeps up?" "That?" She was at a loss. "I mean his intimacy with Mitchy." "So far as it IS an intimacy." "But didn't you, by the way," and he looked again at his watch, "tell me they're just about to turn up together?" "Oh, not so very particularly together." "Mitchy first alone?" Vanderbank asked. She had a smile that was dim, that was slightly strange. "Unless you'll stay for company." "Thanks. Impossible. And then Mr. Longdon alone?" "Unless Mitchy stays." He had another pause. "You haven't after all told me about the evolution, or the evolutions, of his wife." "How can I, if you don't give me time?" "I see. Of course not." He seemed to feel for an instant the return of his curiosity. "Yet it won't do, will it, to have her out before him? No, I must go." He came back to her and at present she gave him a hand. "But if you do see Mr. Longdon alone, will you do me a service? I mean indeed not simply to day, but with all other good chances." She waited. "Any service whatever. But which first?" "Well," he returned in a moment, "let us call it a bargain. I look after your mother." "And I?" She had to wait again. "Look after my good name. I mean for common decency to him. He's been of a kindness to me that, when I think of my failure to return it, makes me blush from head to foot. I've odiously neglected him by a complication of accidents. There are things I ought to have done that I haven't. There's one in particular. But it doesn't matter. And I haven't even explained about that. I've been a brute and I didn't mean it, and I couldn't help it. But there it is. Say a good word for me. Make out somehow or other that I'm not a beast. In short," the young man said, quite flushed once more with the intensity of his thought, "let us have it that you may quite trust me, if you let me a little, just for my character as a gentleman, trust you." "Ah, you may trust me," Nanda replied with her handshake. "Good-bye then," he called. Section 37 of The Awkward Age by Henry James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anna Simon. Book the 10th, Nanda, Chapter 3. It was 5:30 when Mitchy turned up, and her relapse had in the meantime known no arrest but the arrival of tea, which, however, she had left unnoticed. He expressed on entering the fear that he failed of exactitude, to which he replied by the assurance that he was on the contrary remarkably near it, and by the mention of all the aid to patience she had drawn from the pleasure of half an hour at Mr. Van, an allusion that of course immediately provoked on Mitchy's part the liveliest interest. "He HAS risked it at last then? How tremendously exciting! And your mother?" he went on; after which, as she said nothing, "Did she see him, I mean, and is he perhaps with her now?"
"No, she won't have him come in unless you asked."
"I didn't ask. I asked only for you." Nanda thought an instant.
"But you'll still sometimes come to see her, won't you? I mean, you won't ever give her up?"
Mitchy at this laughed out. "My dear child, you're an adorable family." She took it placidly enough.
"That's what Mr. Van said. He said I'm trying to make a career for her."
"Did he?" Her visitor, though without prejudice to his amusement, appeared struck. "You must have got in with him rather deep." She again considered.
"Well, I think I did rather. He was awfully beautiful and kind."
"Oh," Mitchy concurred, "trust him always for that."
"He wrote me, on my note,"
Nanda pursued,
"a tremendously good answer."
Mitchy was struck afresh. "Your note? What note?"
"To ask him to come. I wrote at the beginning of the week."
"Oh, I see," Mitchy observed, as if this were rather different. "He couldn't then of course have done less than come." Yet his companion again thought.
"I don't know."
"Oh come, I say, you do know," Mitchy laughed. "I should like to see him, or you either." There would have been for a continuous spectator of these episodes an odd resemblance between the manner and all the movements that had followed his entrance and those that had accompanied the installation of his predecessor. He laid his head, as Vanderbank had done, in 3 places in succession and appeared to question scarcely less the safety, somewhere, of his umbrella and the grace of retaining in his hand his gloves. He postponed the final selection of his seat, and he looked at the objects about him while he spoke of other matters. Quite in the same fashion indeed at last these objects impressed him. "How charming you've made your room, and what a lot of nice things you've got!"
"That's just what Mr. Van said too. He seemed immensely struck."
But Mitchy hereupon once more had a drop to extravagance. "Can I do nothing then but repeat him? I came, you know, to be original."
"It would be original for you," Nanda promptly returned, "to be at all like him." "But you won't," she went back, "not sometimes come for mother only? You'll have plenty of chances." This he took up with more gravity. "What do you mean by chances? That you're going away? That will add to the attraction," he exclaimed as she kept silence. "I shall have to wait," she answered at last, "to tell you definitely what I'm to do. It's all in the air, yet I think I shall know to day. I'm to see Mr. Longdon."
Mitchy wondered. "To day?"
"He's coming at 6:30."
"And then you'll know?"
"Well, he will."
"Mr. Longdon?"
"I meant Mr. Longdon," she said after a moment.
Mitchy had his watch out. "Then shall I interfere?"
"There are quantities of time. You must have your tea. You see at any rate," the girl continued, "what I mean by your chances."
She had made him his tea, which he had taken. "You do squeeze us in."
"Well, it's an accident you're coming together. Except of course that you're not together. I simply took the time that you each independently proposed. But it would have been all right even if you had met. That is, I mean," she explained, "even if you and Mr. Longdon do. Mr. Van, I confess, I did want alone."
Mitchy had been glaring at her over his tea. "You're more and more remarkable."
"Well then, if I improve, so give me your promise."
Mitchy, as he partook of refreshment, kept up his thoughtful gaze.
I shall presently want some more, please. But do you mind my asking if Van knew?"
"That Mr. Longdon's to come? Oh yes, I told him. And he left with me a message for him."
"A message? How awfully interesting!" Nanda thought.
"It will be, awfully, to Mr. Longdon."
"Some more now, please," said Mitchy while she took his cup. "And to Mr. Longdon only, eh? Is that a way of saying that it's none of my business?" The fact of her attending, and with a happy show of particular care, to his immediate material want added somehow, as she replied, to her effect of sincerity.
"Ah, Mr. Mitchy, the business of mine that has not by this time ever so naturally become a business of yours, well, I can't think of any just now, and I wouldn't, you know, if I could."
"I can promise you then that there's none of mine," Mitchy declared, "that hasn't made by the same token quite the same shift. Keep it well before you, please, that if ever a young woman had a grave look-out—"
"What do you mean," she interrupted, "by a grave look-out?"
"Well, the certainty of finding herself saddled for all time to come with the affairs of a gentleman whom she can never get rid of on the specious plea that he's only her husband, or her lover, or her father, or her son or her brother, or her uncle or her cousin. There, as none of these characters, he just stands."
"Yes,"
Nanda kindly mused.
"He's simply her Mitchy."
"Precisely. And the Mitchy, you see, is, what do you call it, simply indissoluble. He's moreover inordinately inquisitive. He goes to the length of wondering whether Van also learned that you were expecting me."
"Oh yes, I told him everything."
Mitchy smiled. "Everything?"
I told him,
she replied with impatience. Mitchy hesitated. "And did he then leave me also a message?"
"No, nothing. What I'm to do for him with Mr. Longdon," she immediately explained, "is to make practically a kind of apology."
"Ah, and for me?" Mitchy quickly took it up. "There can be no question of anything of that kind. I see. He has done me no wrong." Nanda, with her eyes now on the window, turned it over.
"I don't much think he would know even if he had."
I see. And we wouldn't tell him." She turned with some abruptness from the outer view.
"We wouldn't tell him. But he was beautiful all round," she went on. "No one could have been nicer about having for so long, for instance, come so little to the house, as if he hadn't only too many other things to do. He didn't even make them out nearly the good reasons he might. But fancy, with his important duties, all the great affairs on his hands, our making vulgar little rows about being neglected. He actually made so little of what he might easily plead, speaking so, I mean, as if he were all in the wrong, that one had almost positively to show him his excuses. As if," she really kept it up, "he hasn't plenty."
"It's only people like me," Mitchy threw out, "who have none?"
"Yes, people like you, people of no use, of no occupation and no importance. Like you know," she pursued, "there are so many."
Then it was with no transition of tone that she added:
"If you're bad, Mitchy, I won't tell you anything."
"And if I'm good, what will you tell me? What I want really most to know is why he should be, as you said just now, apologetic to Mr. Longdon. What's the wrong he allows he has done him?"
"Oh, he has neglected him, if that's any comfort to us, quite as much."
"Hasn't looked him up and that sort of thing?"
"Yes, and he mentioned some other matter."
Mitchy wondered. "Mentioned it?"
"In which," said Nanda, "he hasn't pleased him."
Mitchy after an instant risked it. "But what other matter?"
"Oh, he says that when I speak to him Mr. Longdon will know."
Mitchy gravely took this in. "And shall you speak to him?"
"For Mr. Van?" How, she seemed to ask, could he doubt it?
Why, the very first thing.
And then will Mr. Longdon tell you?
What Mr. Van means?
Nanda thought.
Well, I hope not.
Mitchy followed it up. You hope?
Why, if it's anything that could possibly make anyone like him any less, I mean, I shan't in that case in the least want to hear it.
Mitchy looked as if he could understand that, and yet could also imagine something of a conflict. But if Mr. Longdon insists?
On making me know? I shan't let him insist. Would you?
She put to him. Oh, I'm not in question.
Yes, you are,
she quite rang out. Ah, Mitchy laughed, after which he added, well then, I might overbear you.
No, you mightn't, she as positively declared again. You wouldn't at any rate desire to.
This he finally showed he could take from her, showed it in the silence in which for a minute their eyes met, then showed it perhaps even more in his deep exclamation, "You're complete!" For such a proposition as well she had the same detached sense.
I don't think I am in anything but the wish to keep you so.
Well, keep me, keep me. It strikes me that I'm not at all now on a footing, you know, of keeping myself. I quite give you notice, in fact, Mitchy went on, that I'm going to come to you henceforth for everything. But you're too wonderful, he wound up as she at first said nothing to this. I don't even frighten you.
Yes, fortunately for you.
Ah, but I distinctly warn you that I mean to do my very best for it. Nanda viewed it all with as near an approach to gaiety as she often achieved.
Well, if you should ever succeed, it would be a dark day for you.
You bristle with your own guns, he pursued, but the ingenuity of a lifetime shall be devoted to my taking you on some quarter on which you're not prepared.
And what quarter, pray, will that be?
Ha! I'm not such a fool as to begin by giving you a tip. Mitchy on this turned off with an ambiguous but unmistakably natural sigh. He looked at photographs, he took up a book or two as Vanderbank had done, and for a couple of minutes there was silence between them. What does stretch before me, he resumed after an interval during which clearly, in spite of his movements, he had looked at nothing. What does stretch before me is the happy prospect of my feeling that I found in you a friend with whom, so utterly and unreservedly, I can always go to the bottom of things. This luxury, you see now, of our freedom to look facts in the face is one of which, I promise you, I mean fully to avail myself. He stopped before her again, and again she was silent. It's so awfully jolly, isn't it, that there's not at last a single thing that we can't take our ease about. I mean that we can't intelligibly name and comfortably tackle. We've worked through the long tunnel of artificial reserves and superstitious mysteries, and I at least shall have only to feel that in showing every confidence and dotting every I follow the example you so admirably set. You go down to the roots? Good. It's all I ask. He had dropped into a chair as he talked, and so long as she remained in her own they were confronted. But she presently got up and, the next moment, while he kept his place, was busy restoring order to the objects both her visitors had disarranged.
If you weren't delightful, you'd be dreadful.
There we are. I could easily, in other words, frighten you if I would. She took no notice of the remark, only, after a few more scattered touches, producing an observation of her own.
He's going, all the same, Mr. Van, to be charming to mother. We've settled that.
Ah, then he can make time. She judged it.
For as much as that, yes. For as much, I mean, as may sufficiently show her that he hasn't given her up. So don't you recognize how much more time you can make?
Ah, see precisely, there we are again, Mitchy promptly ejaculated. Yet he had gone, it seemed, further than she followed.
But where?
Why, as I say, at the roots and in the depths of things.
Oh, She dropped to an indifference that was but part of her general patience for all his irony. "It's needless to go into the question of not giving your mother up. One simply doesn't give her up. One can't. There she is." "That's exactly what he says. There she is." "But I don't want to say nothing but what he says," Mitchy laughed. "He can't at all events have mentioned to you any such link as the one that in my case is now almost the most palpable. I've got a wife, you know." "Oh, Mitchy," the girl protestingly, though vaguely, murmured. "And my wife, did you know it?" Mitchy went on, "is positively getting thick with your mother. Of course it isn't new to you that she's wonderful for wives. Now that our marriage is an accomplished fact, she takes the greatest interest in it, or bids fair to if her attention can only be thoroughly secured, and more particularly in what I believe is generally called our peculiar situation. For it appears, you know, that we're to the most conspicuous degree possible in a peculiar situation. Aggie's therefore already, and is likely to be still more, in what's universally recognized as your mother's regular line. Your mother will attract her, study her, finally understand her. In fact, she'll help her as she has helped so many before and will help so many still to come. With Aggie thus as a satellite and a frequenter, in a degree in which she never yet has been," he continued, "what will the whole thing be but a practical multiplication of our points of contact? You may remind me of Mrs. Brook's contention that if she did in her time keep something of a saloon, the saloon is now, in consequence of events, but a collection of fortuitous atoms, but that, my dear Nanda, will become none the less, to your clearer sense, but a pious echo of her momentary modesty, or, call it at the worst, her momentary despair. The generations will come and go, and the personnel, as the newspapers say, of the saloon will shift and change, but the institution itself, as resting on a deep human need, has a long course yet to run and a good work yet to do. We shan't last, but your mother will, and as Aggie is happily very young, she is therefore provided for, in the time to come, on a scale sufficiently considerable to leave us just now at peace. Meanwhile, as you're almost as good for husbands as Mrs. Brook is for wives, why aren't we as a couple, we Mitchys, quite ideally arranged for, and why mayn't I speak to you of my future as sufficiently guaranteed? The only appreciable shadow I make out comes, for me, from the question of what may today be between you and Mr. Longdon. Do I understand," Mitchy asked, "that he is presently to arrive for an answer to something he has put to you?" Nanda looked at him a while with a sort of solemnity of tenderness, and her voice, when she at last spoke, trembled with a feeling that clearly had grown in her as she listened to the string of whimsicalities, bitter and sweet, that he had just unrolled. "You're wild," she said simply. "You're wild." He wonderfully glared. "Am I then already frightening you?" He shook his head rather sadly. "I'm not in the least trying yet. There's something," he added after an instant, "that I do want too awfully to ask you." "Well then." If she had not eagerness she had at least charity. "Oh, but you see I reflect that though you show all the courage to go to the roots and depths with me, I'm not, I never have been, fully conscious of the nerve for doing as much with you. It's a question," Mitchy explained, "of how much of a particular matter you know." She continued ever so kindly to face him. "Hasn't it come out all round now that I know everything?" Her reply in this form took a minute or two to operate, but when it began to do so it fairly diffused a light. Mitchy's face turned of a colour that might have been produced by her holding close to it some lantern wonderfully glazed. "You know, he then rang out. "Of course I know." You know, Mitchy repeated. "Everything," she imperturbably went on, "but what you're talking about." He was silent a little, his eyes on her. "May I kiss your hand?" "No." she answered. "That's what I call wild." He had risen with his question, and after her reply he remained a moment on the spot. "See, I frightened you. It proves as easy as that. But I only wanted to show you and to be sure for myself. Now that I've the mental certitude, I shall never wish otherwise to use it." He turned away to begin again one of his absorbed revolutions. "Mr. Longdon has asked you this time for a grand public adhesion, and what he turns up for now is to receive your ultimatum. A final irrevocable flight with him is the line he advises, so that he'll be ready for it on the spot with the post-chaise and the pistols." The image appeared really to have for Nanda a certain vividness, and she looked at it a space without a hint of a smile. "We shan't need any pistols, whatever may be decided about the post-chaise, and any flight we may undertake together will need no cover of secrecy or night. Mother, as I've told you—" "Won't fling herself across your reckless path? I remember," said Mitchy, "you alluded to her magnificent resignation. But father?" he oddly demanded. Nanda thought for this a moment longer. "Well, Mr. Longdon has, off in the country, a good deal of shooting." "So that Edward can sometimes come down with his old gun? Good then too, if it isn't, as he takes you by the way, to shoot you. You've got it all ship-shape and arranged, in other words, and have only, if the fancy does move you, to clear out." "You clear out. You make all sorts of room. It is interesting," Mitchy exclaimed, "arriving thus with you at the depths. I look all round and see everyone squared and everyone but one or two suited. Why then reflection and delay?" "You don't, dear Mr. Mitchy," Nanda took her time to return, "know nearly as much as you think." "But isn't my question absolutely a confession of ignorance and a renunciation of thought? I put myself from this moment forth with you," Mitchy declared, "on the footing of knowing nothing whatever and of receiving literally from your hands all information and all life. Let my continued attitude of dependence, my dear Nanda, show it. Any hesitation you may yet feel, you imply, proceeds from a sense of duties in London not to be lightly renounced. Oh," he thoughtfully said, "I do at least know you have them." She watched him with the same mildness while he vaguely circled about. "You're wild, she insisted. "But it doesn't in the least matter. I shan't abandon you." He stopped short. "Ah, that's what I wanted from you in so many clear-cut golden words, though I won't in the least of course pretend that I felt I literally need it. I don't literally need the big turquoise in my necktie. Which incidentally means, by the way, that if you should admire it you're quite welcome to it. Such words, that's my point, are like such jewels. The pride, you see, of one's heart. They're mere vanity, but they help along. You've got of course always poor Tishy," he continued. "Will you leave it all to me?" Nanda said as if she had not heard him. "And then you've got poor Carrie," he went on. "Though her, of course, you rather divide with your mother." "Will you leave it all to me?" the girl repeated. "To say nothing of poor Cashmore," he pursued, "whom you take all, I believe, yourself." "Will you leave it all to me?" she once more repeated. This time he pulled up, suddenly and expressively, wondering. "Are you going to do anything about it at present? I mean with our friend?" She appeared to have a scruple of saying, but at last she produced it. "Yes, he doesn't mind now." Mitchy again laughed out. "You ARE, as a family—" But he had already checked himself. "Mr. Longdon will at any rate, you imply, be somehow interested." "In my interests? Of course, since he has gone so far. You expressed surprise at my wanting to wait and think. But how can I not wait and not think when so much depends on the question, now so definite, of how much further he will go?" "I see," said Mitchy, profoundly impressed. "And how much does that depend on?" She had to reflect. "On how much further I, for my part, must." Mitchy's grasp was already complete. "And he's coming then to learn from you how far this is?" "Yes, very much." Mitchy looked about for his hat. "So that of course I see my time's about up, as you'll want to be quite alone together." Nanda glanced at the clock. "Oh, you've a margin yet." "But you don't want an interval for your thinking?" "Now that I've seen you?" Nanda was already very obviously thoughtful. "I mean, if you've an important decision to take." "Well," she returned, "seeing you has helped me." "Ah, but at the same time worried you. Therefore," and he picked up his umbrella. Her eyes rested on its curious handle. "If you cling to your idea that I'm frightened, you'll be disappointed. It will never be given you to reassure me." "You mean by that I'm primarily so solid?" "Yes, that till I see you yourself afraid." "Well?" "Well, I won't admit that anything isn't exactly what I was prepared for." Mitchy looked with interest into his hat. "Then what is it I'm to leave to you?" After which, as she turned away from him with a suppressed sound and said, while he watched her, nothing else, "It's no doubt natural for you to talk," he went on, "but I do make you nervous. Good-bye." "Good-bye." She had stayed him by a fresh movement, however, as he reached the door. "Aggie's only trying to find out." "Yes? What?" he asked, waiting. "Why, what sort of a person she is. How can she ever have known? It was carefully, elaborately hidden from her, kept so obscure that she could make out nothing. She isn't now like me." He wonderingly attended. "Like you?" "Why, I get the benefit of the fact that there was never a time when I didn't know something or other, and that I became more and more aware, as I grew older, of 100 little chinks of daylight." Mitchy stared. "You're stupendous, my dear," he murmured. Ah, but she kept it up. "I had my idea about Aggie." "Oh, don't I know you had? And how you were positive about the sort of person—" "That she didn't even suspect herself," Nanda broke in, "to be? I'm equally positive now. It's quite what I believed, only there's ever so much more of it. More has come, and more will yet. You see, when there has been nothing before, it all has to come out with a rush. So that if even I'm surprised, of course she is." "And of course I am." Mitchy's interest, though even now not wholly unqualified with amusement, had visibly deepened. "You admit then," he continued, "that you're surprised?" Nanda just hesitated. "At the mere scale of it. I think it's splendid. The only person whose astonishment I don't quite understand," she added, "is Cousin Jane." "Oh, Cousin Jane's astonishment serves her right." "If she held so," Nanda pursued, "that marriage should do everything." "She shouldn't be in such a funk at finding what it is doing. Oh no, she's the last one," Mitchy declared. "I vow I enjoy her scare." "But it's very bad, you know," said Nanda. "Oh, too awful." "Well, of course," the girl appeared assentingly to muse, "she couldn't after all have dreamed." But she took herself up. "The great thing is to be helpful." "And in what way?" Mitchy asked with his wonderful air of inviting competitive suggestions. "Toward Aggie's finding herself. Do you think," she immediately continued, "that Lord Petherton really is?" Mitchy frankly considered. "Helpful? Oh, he does his best, I gather. Yes," he presently added, "Petherton's all right." It's you yourself, naturally," his companion threw off, "who can help most." "Certainly, and I'm doing my best too, so that with such good assistance," he seemed at last to have taken it all from her. "What is it, I again ask you, that, as you request, I'm to leave to you?" Nanda required, while he still waited, some time to reply. "To keep my promise." "Your promise?" "Not to abandon you." "Ah," cried Mitchy, "that's better." "Then good-bye," she said. "Good-bye." But he came a few steps forward. "I mayn't kiss your hand?" "Never." "Never?" Section 38 of The Awkward Age by Henry James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anna Simon. Book 10th, Nanda, Chapter 4. The interval he had represented as likely to be useful to her was in fact, however, not a little abbreviated by a punctuality of arrival on Mr. Longdon's part so extreme as to lead the first thing to a word almost of apology. "You can't say," her new visitor immediately began, "that I haven't left you alone these many days, as much as I promised on coming up to you that afternoon when, after my return to town, I found Mr. Mitchett, instead of your mother, awaiting me in the drawing-room."
"Yes," said Nanda. "You've really done quite as I asked you."
"Well," he returned, "I felt half an hour ago that, near as I was to relief, I could keep it up no longer, so that though I knew it would bring me much too soon, I started at 6 sharp for our trysting place."
"And I've no tea after all to reward you."
It was but now clearly that she noticed it.
"They must have removed the things without my heeding."
Her old friend looked at her with some intensity. "Were you in the room?"
"Yes, but I didn't see the man come in."
"What then were you doing?" Nanda thought. Her smile was as usual the faintest discernible outward sign.
"Thinking of you."
"So tremendously hard?"
"Well, of other things too, and of other persons. Of everything really that in our last talk I told you I felt I must have out with myself before meeting you for what I suppose you've now in mind."
Mr. Longdon had kept his eyes on her, but at this he turned away, not however for an alternative, embracing her material situation with the embarrassed optimism of Vanderbank or the mitigated gloom of Mitchy. "Ah," he took her up with some dryness, "you've been having things out with yourself." But he went on before she answered. "I don't want any tea, thank you. I found myself, after 5, in such a fidget that I went 3 times in the course of the hour to my club, where I've the impression I each time had it. I dare say it wasn't there, though I did have it," he after an instant pursued, "for I've somehow a confused image of a shop in Oxford Street, or was it rather in Regent, into which I gloomily wandered to beguile the moments with a mixture that if I strike you as upset I beg you to set it all down to. Do you know in fact what I've been doing for the last 10 minutes? Roaming hither and thither in your beautiful crescent till I could venture to come in."
"Then did you see Mitchy go out? But no, you wouldn't,"
Nanda corrected herself.
"He's been gone longer than that."
Her visitor had dropped on a sofa where, propped by the back, he sat rather upright, his glasses on his nose, his hands in his pockets and his elbows much turned out. "Mitchy left you more than 10 minutes ago, and yet your state on his departure remained such that there could be a bustle of servants in the room without your being aware?"
Kindly give me a lead then as to what it is he has done to you." She hovered before him with her obscure smile.
"You see it for yourself."
He shook his head with decision. "I don't see anything for myself, and I beg you to understand that it's not what I've come here today to do. Anything I may yet see which I don't already see will be only, I warn you, so far as you shall make it very clear. There, you've work cut out. And is it with Mr. Mitchy, may I ask, that you've been, as you mention, cutting it?" Nanda looked about her as if weighing many things, after which her eyes came back to him.
"Do you mind if I don't sit down?"
"I don't mind if you stand on your head, at the pass we've come to."
"I shall not try your patience," the girl good-humouredly replied, "so far as that. I only want you not to be worried if I walk about a little."
Mr. Longdon, without a movement, kept his posture. "Oh, I can't oblige you there. I shall be worried. I've come on purpose to be worried, and the more I surrender myself to the rack, the more I seem to feel we shall have threshed our business out. So you may dance, you may stamp if you like, on the absolutely passive thing you've made of me."
"Well, what I have had from Mitchy," she cheerfully responded, "is practically a lesson in dancing, by which I perhaps mean rather a lesson in sitting myself, as I want you to do while I talk as still as a mouse. They take," she declared, "while they talk, an amount of exercise."
"They?" Mr. Longdon wondered. Was his wife with him?
"Dear no. He and Mr. Van."
"Was Mr. Van with him?"
"Oh no. Before. Alone. All over the place."
Mr. Longdon had a pause so rich in appeal that when he at last spoke his question was itself like an answer. "Mr. Van has been to see you?"
"Yes. I wrote and asked him."
"Oh," said Mr. Longdon.
"But don't get up." She raised her hand. "Don't."
"Why should I?" He had never budged.
"He was most kind, stayed half an hour and, when I told him you were coming, left a good message for you."
Mr. Longdon appeared to wait for this tribute, which was not immediately produced. "What do you call a good message?"
"I'm to make it all right with you."
"To make what?"
"Why, that he has not, for so long, been to see you or written to you, that he has seemed to neglect you."
Nanda's visitor looked so far about as to take the neighbourhood in general into the confidence of his surprise. "To neglect me?"
"Well, others too, I believe, with whom we're not concerned. He's been so taken up. But you above all."
Mr. Longdon showed on this a coldness that somehow spoke for itself as the greatest with which he had ever in his life met an act of reparation, and that was infinitely confirmed by his sustained immobility. "But of what have I complained?"
"Oh, I don't think he fancies you've complained."
"And how could he have come to see me," he continued, "when for so many months past I've been so little in town?" He was not more ready with objections, however, than his companion had by this time become with answers.
"He must have been thinking of the time of your present stay. He evidently has you much on his mind. He spoke of not having seen you."
"He has quite sufficiently tried. He has left cards," Mr. Longdon returned. "What more does he want?" Nanda looked at him with her long grave straightness, which had often a play of light beyond any smile.
"Oh, you know, he does want more."
"Then it was open to him?"
"So he so strongly feels," she quickly took him up, "that you must have felt. And therefore it is I speak for him."
"Don't," said Mr. Longdon.
"But I promised him I would."
"Don't," her friend repeated as if in stifled pain. She had kept for the time all her fine clearness turned to him, but she might on this have been taken as giving him up with a movement of obedience and a strange soft sigh. The smothered sound might even have represented to a listener at all initiated a consenting retreat before an effort greater than her reckoning, a retreat that was in so far the snap of a sharp tension. The next minute, none the less, she evidently found a fresh provocation in the sight of the pale and positively excessive rigour she had imposed, so that, though her friend was only accommodating himself to her wish, she had a sudden impulse of criticism. "You're proud about it. Too proud." "Well, what if I am?" He looked at her with a complexity of communication that no words could have meddled with. "Pride's all right when it helps one to bear things." "Ah," said Nanda, "but that's only when one wants to take the least from them. When one wants to take the most." "Well?" He spoke, as she faltered, with a certain small hardness of interest. She faltered, however, indeed. "Oh, I don't know how to say it." She fairly coloured with the attempt. "One must let the sense of all that I speak of, well, all come. One must rather like it. I don't know, but I suppose one must rather grovel." Mr. Longdon, though with visible reluctance, turned it over. "That's very fine. But you're a woman." "Yes, that must make a difference. But being a woman in such a case has then," Nanda went on, "its advantages." On this point perhaps her friend might presently have been taken as relaxing. "It strikes me that even at that the advantages are mainly for others. I'm glad, God knows, that you're not also a young man." "Then we're suited all round." She had spoken with a promptitude that appeared again to act on him slightly as an irritant, for he met it, with more delay, by a long and derisive murmur. "Oh, my pride!" But this she in no manner took up, so that he was left for a little to his thoughts. "That's what you were plotting when you told me the other day that you wanted time?" "Ah, I wasn't plotting, though I was, I confess, trying to work things out. That particular idea of simply asking Mr. Van by letter to present himself, that particular flight of fancy hadn't in fact then at all occurred to me." "It never occurred, I'm bound to say, to me," said Mr. Longdon. "I've never thought of writing to him." "Very good. But you haven't the reasons. I wanted to attack him." "Not about me, I hope to God," Mr. Longdon, distinctly a little paler, rejoined. "Don't be afraid. I think I had an instinct of how you would have taken that. It was about mother." "Oh," said her visitor. "He has been worse to her than to you," she continued, "but he'll make it all right." Mr. Longdon's attention retained its grimness. "If he has such a remedy for the more then, what has he for the less?" Nanda, however, was but for an instant checked. "Oh, it's I who make it up to you. To mother, you see, there's no one otherwise to make it up." This at first unmistakably sounded to him too complicated for acceptance, but his face changed as light dawned. "That puts it then that you will come?" "I'll come if you'll take me as I am, which is what I must previously explain to you. I mean more than I've ever done before. But what he means by what you call his remedy is my making you feel better about himself." The old man gazed at her. "Your doing it is too beautiful, and he could really come to you for the purpose of asking you?" "Oh no," said the girl briskly. "He came simply for the purpose of doing what he had to do. After my letter, how could he not come? Then he met most kindly what I said to him for mother and what he quite understood to be all my business with him. So that his appeal to me to plead with you for, well, for his credit, was only thrown in because he had so good a chance." This speech brought Mr. Longdon abruptly to his feet, but before she could warn him again of the patience she continued to need, he had already, as if what she evoked for him left him too stupefied, dropped back into submission. "The man stood there for you to render him a service? For you to help him and praise him?"
"Ah, but it wasn't to go out of my way, don't you see? He knew you were presently to be here."
Her anxiety that he should understand gave her a rare strained smile.
"I mustn't make, as a request from him, too much of it, and I've no doubt that, rather than that you should think any ill of him for wishing me to say a word, he would gladly be left with whatever bad appearance he may actually happen to have."
She pulled up on these words as with a quick sense of their really, by their mere sound, putting her in deeper, and could only give her friend one of the looks that expressed, "If I could trust you not to assent even more than I want, I should say you know what I mean." She allowed him at all events, or tried to allow him, no time for uttered irony before going on:
"He was everything you could have wished. Quite as beautiful about you."
"As about you?" Mr. Longdon took her up. She demurred.
"As about mother."
With which she turned away as if it handsomely settled the question. But it only left him, as she went to the window, sitting there sombre. "I like, you know," he brought out as his eyes followed her, "your saying you're not proud. Thank God you are, my dear. Yes, it's better for us." At this, after a moment, in her place, she turned round to him.
"I'm glad I'm anything, whatever you may call it, and though I can't call it the same, that's good for you."
He said nothing more for a little, as if by such a speech something in him were simplified and softened. "It would be good for me, by which I mean it would be easier for me, if you didn't quite so immensely care for him."
"Oh,"
came from Nanda with an accent of attenuation at once so precipitate and so vague that it only made her attitude at first rather awkward.
"Oh,"
she immediately repeated, but with an increase of the same effect; after which, conscious, she made, as if to save herself, a quick addition.
"Dear Mr. Longdon, isn't it rather yourself most—"
"It would be easier for me," he went on, heedless, "if you didn't, my poor child, so wonderfully love him."
"Ah, but I don't. Please believe me when I assure you I don't," she broke out. It burst from her, flaring up, in a queer quaver that ended in something queerer still, in her abrupt collapse on the spot into the nearest chair, where she choked with a torrent of tears. Her buried face could only after a moment give way to the flood, and she sobbed in a passion as sharp and brief as the flurry of a wild thing for an instant uncaged, her old friend meantime keeping his place in the silence broken by her sound, and distantly, across the room, closing his eyes to his helplessness and her shame. Thus they sat together while their trouble both conjoined and divided them. She recovered herself, however, with an effort worthy of her fall, and was on her feet again as she stammeringly spoke and angrily brushed at her eyes. "What the difference in the world does it make? What difference ever?"
Then clearly, even with the words, her checked tears suffered her to see how it made the difference that he too had been crying, so that
"I don't know why you mind,"
she thereupon wailed with extravagance. "You don't know what I would have done for him. You don't know, you don't know," he repeated, while she looked as if she naturally couldn't, as with a renewal of his dream of beneficence and of the soreness of his personal wound.
"Well, but he does you justice. He knows. So it shows. So it shows."
But in this direction too, unable to say what it showed, she had again broken down, and again could only hold herself and let her companion sit there. "Ah, Nanda, Nanda," he deeply murmured, and the depth of the pity was, vainly and blindly, as the depth of a reproach.
It is I, therefore," she said,
as if she must then so look at it with him. "It's I who am the horrible impossible, and who have covered everything else with my own impossibility. For some different person you could have done what you speak of, and for some different person you can do it still." He stared at her with his barren sorrow. "A person different from him?" "A person different from me." "And what interest have I in any such person?" "But your interest in me, you see well enough where that lands us." Mr. Longdon now got to his feet and somewhat stiffly remained, after which, for all answer, "You say you will come then?" he asked. Then as, seemingly with her last thought, she kept silent, "You understand clearly, I take it, that this time it's never again to leave me or to be left?" "I understand," she presently replied. "Never again. That," she continued, "is why I asked you for these days." "Well then, since you've taken them." "Ah, but have you?" said Nanda. They were close to each other now, and with a tenderness of warning that was helped by their almost equal stature, she laid her hand on his shoulder. "What I did more than anything else write to him for," she had now regained her clearness enough to explain, "was that, with whatever idea you had, you should see for yourself how he could come and go." "And what good was that to do me? Hadn't I seen for myself?" "Well, you've seen once more. Here he was. I didn't care what he thought. Here I brought him, and his reasons remain." She kept her eyes on her companion's face, but his own now and afterwards seemed to wander far. "What do I care for his reasons, so long as they're not mine?" She thought an instant, still holding him gently and as if for successful argument. "But perhaps you don't altogether understand them." "Why the devil altogether should I?" "Ah, because you distinctly want to," said Nanda ever so kindly. "You admitted as much when we've talked." "Oh, but when have we talked?" he sharply interrupted. This time he had challenged her so straight that it was her own look that strayed. "When?" "When?" She hesitated. "When haven't we?" "Well, you may have, if that's what you call talking, never saying a word. But I haven't. I've only to do, at any rate, in the way of reasons, with my own." "And yours too then remain? Because, you know," the girl pursued, "I am like that." "Like what?" "Like what he thinks." Then so gravely that it was almost a supplication, "Don't tell me," she added, "that you don't know what he thinks. You do know." Their eyes, on that strange ground, could meet at last, and the effect of it was presently for Mr. Longdon. "I do know." "Well?" "Well." He raised his hands and took her face, which he drew so close to his own that, as she gently let him, he could kiss her with solemnity on the forehead. "Come," he then very firmly said, quite indeed as if it were a question of their moving on the spot. It literally made her smile, which, with a certain compunction, she immediately corrected by doing for him in the pressure of her lips to his cheek what he had just done for herself. "Today?" she more seriously asked. He looked at his watch. "Tomorrow." She paused, but clearly for assent. "That's what I mean by your taking me as I am. It is, you know, for a girl, extraordinary." "Oh, I know what it is!" he exclaimed with an odd fatigue in his tenderness. But she continued, with the shadow of a scruple, to explain. "We're many of us. We're most of us, as you long ago saw and showed you felt, extraordinary now. We can't help it. It isn't really our fault. There's so much else that's extraordinary that if we're in it all so much we must naturally be." It was all obviously clearer to her than ever yet, and her sense of it found renewed expression, so that she might have been, as she wound up, a very much older person than her friend. "Everything's different from what it used to be." "Yes, everything," he returned with an air of final indoctrination. "That's what he ought to have recognized." "As you have?" Nanda was once more, and completely now, enthroned in high justice. "Oh, he's more old-fashioned than you." "Much more," said Mr. Longdon with a queer face. "He tried," the girl went on. "He did his best. But he couldn't. And he's so right. For himself." Her visitor, before meeting this, gathered in his hat and stick, which for a minute occupied his attention. "He ought to have married
"Little Aggie? Yes,"
said Nanda. They had gained the door, where Mr. Longdon again met her eyes. "And then Mitchy?" But she checked him with a quick gesture.
"No, not even then."
So again, before he went, they were for a minute confronted. "Are you anxious about Mitchy?" She faltered, but at last brought it out.
"Yes. Do you see? There I am."
"I see. There we are." "Well," said Mr. Longdon, "tomorrow." End of The Awkward Age by Henry James.